く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじなに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと冷たい指で涙拭ったあの日にはもう帰れない水平線目指して飛び立つ自分の願いを抱いて幾千万の星に呼ばれ交わりすれ違う守り手たちよ
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the final edition of Blue Otter League Otter Talk for the Platinum Division this season. I am your host, Strong Selmo. I have three guests joined with me, and as always, I'm joined by my co-host here, Toki B. Before we get to the guests, Toki B, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty well. Bit upset I had to miss last week, but I'm here for the grand finals and I'm here for the final OT, so everything's going just dandy.
Yeah, and I am very excited for this finals here tonight. Later on stream tonight, we will be seeing the matchup between Monkeys Knights against TPO Redemption. And the three guests we have here tonight are all from the teams in the finals. We are joined by Steel Fan of Monkeys Knights, Loki Bear, owner of TPO, and Finny, captain and ADC of TPO Redemption. How we doing tonight, guys?
We're vibing.
Great.
All right, I really do appreciate you guys being here before your big finals matchup of the night. And now, I know it's obvious, you all think your own team is going to win tonight, but instead of going about predictions or anything like this, I'm actually curious to get some insight from you guys about how you think the season went as a whole and if you expected to be here. So I'm actually going to start with you, Loki. Having two teams play in this Platinum Division, one is at the top, and one didn't make it quite there. So looking at the season as a whole, how happy are you to have your team be the one to end Conduit's, I think it was like 750-day run of just absolutely dominating BOL Platinum?
Honestly, like I'm super happy for these guys. These guys played amazing this split. Like I mentioned before, this is like my first time in BOL, so to come in here and like have this team be such a dominating factor, like I'm super proud of how they did.
Yeah, and I mean, like I've been saying all season long, I kind of didn't know a lot about these players except for Finny coming into the season, so they have definitely blown my expectations out of the water, and I've looked really good all season long. So it's great to see that they're able to make it here to this final destination and maybe hopefully past that finish line be able to bring home the championship for TPO. But now I want to look at you, Steel Fan. You have been playing in this ELO for quite some time. You're a super solid top laner, but from, if I'm remembering correctly, this might be one of your first or couple times here in finals. So how do you feel about making it here and getting ready for tonight?
It's been pretty exciting, just kind of having the whole journey. You know, you get to the beginning of the season, you have expectations, but you don't really know what your team's going to do till like halfway through the season. So we've been kind of not expecting to get here, but it's been the goal. It's kind of been the goal for our team.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people expected you guys to be here at the start of the season, so it's good that you guys can make it true. Hopefully, you can be able to make that expectation of a lot of people saying you're just going to win the whole thing this year happen, despite a couple of hiccups that have happened along the way, especially coming into this finals. But now, Finny, this is your second finals in the last 3 seasons of BOL Platinum. So, how does it feel to be here in the spot again? And hopefully this time, after stealing away a jungler from SG Proton, you're able to win that championship. So, I mean, how do you feel coming into this matchup tonight?
Uh, Even with the things that have happened to the Knights, I still think that we're the underdogs. And even though, like, I made the finals 2 years ago, many of our players are still, like, new / haven't played in a while or have not made to the finals, so they're still getting that experience. But I'm just hopeful that I could just get revenge and finally win BOL after getting 3-0'd 2 splits ago by the Conduit Gremlin team and pick up a chip for the first time in like 3 years.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, everybody does want to be winning the championship here at the end of the night. But now I'm curious to see what you guys think is going to be like that. You don't have to go into full detail about it, but like kind of like the way you expect to win this series. I know TPO is the big underdog still with everything going on, and Knights are still the big like expected to come out on top. So Finny, getting ready for this match, how do you guys how did your preparation go for this? Do you guys think you're going to be able to do this, or is it going to be like a slugfest uphill battle in every single game tonight?
I mean, I still think like our roster is very competitive. I mean, we have one of the best top laners, if not the best top laner. And then we have Pele. Pele's really strong. He he has shown moments of instinct, but he also has shown that he could just like single-handedly carry the game by himself. And then we picked up Drink right before the season ended, and he was a top laner who transitioned to mid, and he's been super super solid. And then Kins and I just kind of have like a telepathic like wavelength in lane to know what we're doing when we have to say it. So I'm pretty confident that we could at least take it to all 5 games, if not win it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys should be able to give Knights a run for their money, but Knights have just looked so good so far this season. Not saying you guys haven't. You've had these close wins, being able to come back from huge deficits and everything like that so far this season, while Knights have been on that cruising path. So now, Steel Fan, coming into playoffs, you guys made that switch in the mid lane to bring in Giraffe Rider and take out Wall Street. And now coming into finals, you won't be having Godson. You're having a different AD carry play tonight. So how does that affect you guys as a team with like the mental and getting ready for this match and everything like that?
I mean, it's been a little difficult just because when you add a new person so late in the season, like just getting like chemistry down and understanding how that person views the game, it's always kind of hard. But we've had a little bit of time to play, and we're pretty confident with what we got right now.
Yeah, hopefully you guys are able to make all the pieces work. It's always hard having to bring somebody in on match day or like the week before a big matchup because sometimes things just don't click and it can be seen on stage, but hopefully you guys are able to iron those out and be able to make it work in hopes to bring home that championship for Literal Monkeys, one of these long-standing organizations in the amateur scene that a lot of people know, and hopefully you guys are able to bring home this championship for them. But now, Loki, I remember last time you were on here, you said you had more of a hands-off approach with this TPO Redemption team, but how do you think they've been doing in getting ready for this match against the big matchup that is the Monkeys Knights, the clear-cut #1 team?
I mean, like they've been like very consistent on practicing, making sure that they're staying up on what they need to. So, I mean, I still have been hands off, but like obviously, it's like Finny and I stay in like communication as to what's going on with the team. So, honestly, I have full faith in all of these guys. They're great. Like they've been awesome to work with this, but I have zero concerns going into tonight.
All right, awesome to hear that. Now I'm gonna turn my attention real quick over to my co-host Toki B here. So now between us, we get to make predictions on this series. So I'm curious where you're at now with the roster change of not having Godson this week for the Monkeys Knights, or how you're feeling about this matchup as a whole here, Toki. What do you think is going to be the expected outcome for the series tonight?
I mean, I think with Godson no longer being there, it will definitely make this a closer series. But to be completely honest, I think I do still favor Monkeys Knights. They still have really strong individual players in every other role. Obviously, Godson was one of their core players. Obviously, was incredibly mechanically gifted, but they also played extremely well as a team. Their mental has always looked really strong, and especially in these best of fives, especially starting to get into the finals, that's kind of where I give a pretty big edge towards. Now, TPO Redemption has definitely looked better and better the longer the season's been going on, so I no longer think this is going to be a pretty one-sided match. I mean, to be honest, I originally predicted this, where if Knights even won 3-2, I would have considered that an upset. But I don't think I have those thoughts anymore. I think TPO Redemption's looking a lot more solid. I still expect them to lose, but I could definitely see a world where they will be able to come out on top, and it's really just going to depend on which of these two teams is going to have a better night tonight.
Yeah, and I do like that little play on words you made. You know, who has the better night tonight as a Monkeys Knights is a
That was
team in the
definitely
finals.
intentional.
I could tell. I could tell. Don't you worry, I spotted you. But now, Toki, I'll let you go ahead and ask our guests any questions that you have for them about this matchup here tonight.
So I don't have a question about this matchup yet. My first thought is towards you, Loki, there. So, like Chong said at the start, you had two teams for TPO. One got all the way to the finals, and the other didn't really do so hot. So I'm wondering, what are your thoughts going to be for the future of TPO for this Platinum division? Do you think this was an issue with roster? Do you think maybe you stacked one team more than the other? Or do you think that's just how it ended up happening this specific season?
Honestly, so I didn't put Redemption together. Redemption put themselves together. I put Reformed together with the help of some players. But honestly, when we put Reformed together, it was kind of like, hey, who wants to come in and like kind of mess around and have fun? So they're kind of, you know, I don't think that they had fun, but they definitely messed around. But as far as like Redemption goes, I don't know, like I have zero complaints. I don't even know what to say. It's mind-blowing how well they've done.
I mean, yeah, they've clearly been doing incredibly well.
To have two polar opposites teams is crazy.
I mean, that's the way it goes sometimes, you know? But a follow-up question, and this one I'm going to ask to the rest of you as well. So I assume everyone here is going to be predicting for their own team to win. But my question, Loki, what do you think will be the final score?
Honestly, I think these guys go to 5 games, and I want to say it's going to be 3-2 in our favor, obviously, but I definitely can see this going to a game 5.
Now, Steelfan, same question to you. How many games do you think this series is going to take?
I mean, I'm kind of going into it fully expecting 5 games, so if it goes 5 games, I'm pretty excited for that.
All right, so 2 players already. Well, 1 Orgoner and 1 player going for game 5. Now, Finny, do you agree with that?
Listen, I think a 3-0 either team would be disappointing. 3-2 is overrated. I'm going 3-1 either team.
Either team, interesting. So, I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on that? Like, why do you think that either team could take this in a 3-1 fashion specifically?
It just depends on who has the momentum going into it. Like, say for example, one team wins 1 game and then the next team wins the next 2 games. I think the team with momentum will just close it out.
I mean, I guess that makes a lot of sense. Getting the momentum, getting that early confidence definitely helps out a lot. Now, a little bit of an under the hood question to you, Finny. Once again, I guess I'm just going to be going back and forth there, but is this a team that you know well? Like, have you scrimmed against TPO Redemption this season? How well do you know their style? Is this someone you have a lot of practice playing against?
Yeah, I actually know TPO Redemption really well because I'm on that team. But for now, Monkeys Knights,
Monkeys Knights. It's been a long day for me, man.
You're good.
I know Steelfan is the Monkeys Knights. I know everyone else is Redemption.
Monkeys Knights, I have not much information besides my boy Bob the Glizzler, and then I know of Giraffe Rider mid. But other than that, I don't really know any of the other players. I haven't really played against them / with them, so It's a first.
Now, Steelfan, what about you? Obviously, you're going to have different relations with different players, but how well do you know TPO Redemption? This time I'll say the right name, hopefully.
I mean, it's kind of like the same thing. I haven't like played with or against them a lot. I've heard of Finney, but outside that, like kind of going into this with like little information as well.
Now, the other question to you here then is, if you do lose, you were saying that at the start that you were hoping to get to the finals. That was always the plan for this specific team, for this specific roster. Now, if you do end up losing, do you think that would be a huge disappointment, or will you be happy just being able to get to the finals and reaching that goal?
Maybe personally, like, be a little disappointed if you're called one of the favorites the whole season, just to kind of lose at the end, not be good enough to finish it out. But I'd also just be happy making it. You know, you never know where you're going to end up at the beginning of the season, let alone finals. So.
Yeah, for sure. And then same question to both Finny and Loki. Now, I think TPO Redemption definitely did not have as high expectations at the start of the season. Was always supposed to be a decent team, but making it to the finals, do you think that is good enough? Or do you think you're going to have a lot of disappointment if you don't end up winning here?
I'll go first. I mean, obviously we were the underdogs most of the season. People didn't really rate us that highly until like towards the end of the season. But I myself am a very competitive player, and I'm my biggest critic. So if we end up losing, I will be very disappointed in myself. But like as a team, I'm happy that we got here, and I'm happy that we all were able to band together and just play some good League of Legends.
I mean, I'll be proud of them regardless of what happens. I mean, obviously, you know, it will be a little disappointing if we can't pull this win out, but honestly, just to make it here is amazing to me. So.
Now, this next set of questions, it may be a little bit too early to tell, but Steelfan, for this Monkeys Knights roster, do you think this is a roster that's going to stay together for future seasons?
We've definitely talked about it. It just kind of depends on people's schedule and like what people's plans are.
That is a much more realistic answer than I was hoping for. But I mean, I guess that is true. I mean, schedules are so hard to keep track of. Everyone's life is constantly changing and evolving. So I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, like in a perfect world, yeah, no, I wouldn't mind it at all. It's one of the more fun teams I've been on in a long time. So.
And then for the TPO duo, what are your thoughts on keeping this team together for this next split?
It'd be really hard to keep the team together just because Pele did hit E2, so we'd have to play in the Emerald League. But I brought up the idea many times. I tried to get people to join the Titan team just before it started, but people ranked out. People had prior commitments, so there might be a run back in the future depending on how everybody's feeling in the Emerald League.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Pelly and obviously Finney are sticking around in TPO, so there are different iterations of teams going forward. Edo's also sticking around in TPO, so I still have some of the same solid base. But obviously, like Finney said, people ranking out and prior commitments kind of make it rough to pull the same team back.
But now with that, with a lot of players ranking out, do you think that is showing that TPO in general has been good practice for these players, has been a really good way of growing their skill set?
Thoughts, Finney?
I think I've definitely grown as a player just playing with these other sets of players. Like Pele's always trying to help me get better. Kin's always trying to help me get better. Drink also encourages me when I'm doing when I'm in my feels or like I'm upset about a certain play. But I think it definitely has helped me get better, and I think it also helped a lot of other players get better, like Pele ranking onto E2. And then Itogen has played, I think, in the Conquer League 1 week or 2 weeks. I'm not really sure how they have went, but I'm sure he's getting good experiences up there as well.
All right. Well, I think that's all I have for now, Chung.
All right. So I'm just really curious about this one, mostly about what you're expecting as players here for Steelfan and Finny. I know there's always the decision of sticking around in the same rank or trying to move up or even like taking a break from competitive league as a whole. So I'm really curious where you guys are at in the state. So Steelfan, do you expect to continue playing next season in Platinum, or are you going to be trying to move up, or do you have a different plan?
I'm definitely gonna try and move up, like just depending on how rank goes. But that's kind of my plan. I'm gonna take a split off, kind of go visit Cancun or something. But yeah, just play some ranked.
Yeah, and if you do lose Senate, we're gonna send you to Galveston. You don't get to go to Cancun because you're losing to Finny. And
Galveston.
yeah, and I love Finny, man. I just like busting Finny's chops a little bit every now and then. But now, same question to you, Finny. Are you trying to move up into the Emerald Leagues and above next season? Dip your toes back into that water, or are you gonna just stick around in Platinum or take a split off or something like that?
Oh, your boy's just a 10-time plat or Emerald 4 hitter. I keep on dropping back down and back forth. I got 500 games underneath my belt. I've been trying to hit Emerald 3, but I can't say what I want to say on air, but it has been a very, very fun time in solo queue.
Dude, stop playing Seraphine. It's that
I don't even
simple.
play Seraphine. I play MF, bro. I have 150
maybe you should play
170
Seraphine.
games.
Yeah,
on
you know what?
MF.
Actually, never mind. Maybe you should start playing Seraphine. Maybe that will maybe that will help you. That's what my old goat Kiora did for anybody in chat who knows who that is.
Also, I know their previous name was Rosalina. They also hit like Diamond or Master off just playing Seraphine. Now they're a Hoi player.
Yeah, look, that's how you do it. You just play APC's bot because you can't get abused in lane. It's that simple,
true.
guys. The easiest way to climb by recommended not by an 80 carry is just play APC's bot. It's that simple.
Why do you
But
think I put that shit in comp?
yeah, I'm not gonna say what I can't say what I want to say. But I'm really excited for this series we have here tonight. I'm gonna actually let you guys get back to your teams sooner rather than later to start getting ready for these drafts and for this series, this impactful series we have here tonight. But before that, I want to give you guys a chance to give a couple shout outs or say whatever is on your mind before we head off here for the night. And I'll start with you, Steel Fan. Anything you want to say to anybody watching, any shout outs or just anything you want to say in general?
I want to shout out my team. And I want to shout out Bob. Don't come top and feed my laner. Really appreciate that. And yeah, that's about it. All
right, and now Loki.
Just shout out to all the players like Kittens, Edo, Pelly, Aztec, Finny. You guys have done amazing this season, and just super proud of all of you.
All right, and last but not least, Finny.
Yeah, I actually got a lot of shout outs. I want to shout out Tortuga, Socks, Gav. I want to shout out my team. I want to shout out everybody that has believed in us. I want to say hashtag free Wall Street, hashtag justice for Wall Street, and hashtag thanks Lord JK.
So, Finny.
All right. Well, I do want to thank you guys for joining here onto this Otter Talk before playing in this finals match between the Monkeys Knights and TPO Redemption. We're going to head to a short break here as teams get ready for the match at 8 o'clock Eastern time tonight. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in a little while.
moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the final cast of the season for Blue Otter Platinum League. We have finally made it here after many grueling weeks. We are here for the grand finals between Monkeys Knights and TPO Redemption. I'm Chong Somo, and I'm joined, as always, finally back for this final matchup, Toki B. Toki, how we doing tonight?
I'm doing great. Really looking forward to this match. And for anyone in chat not aware, Godson is not going to be playing tonight for Monkeys Knights. And I think that definitely opens up this match quite a bit. And it's going to be exciting to see how that's going to kind of work in the games themselves, how much that's going to change the strategies going in.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big factor. Godson has been the clear-cut best AD carry all season, the number one win con for Monkeys Knights, and with him not being allowed to play tonight, it's going to be a big factor in this series. I mean, I think most people expect this. It's kind of expected that Monkeys Knights is the heavy upper hand in this one, the main title card to expect to win this all, but now, with no Godson, TPO Redemption has a chance to actually take this one from them.
Yeah, and it's all going to come down to the play. And again, especially with Godson, this is someone they've been playing around. This is someone who they've been practicing with for a while. And in terms of just the individual skill being lost, that's definitely a big part of this. But it's also the fact that this is someone who they're going to have to replace with someone who they have not been building that synergy with the entire season. Now, at least as the silver lining, it is the AD carry. As far as synergies go, AD carry is probably the least important role. But either way, we're going to have to see. And here we are. It's time for the draft for game number 1.
Yeah, and it looks like the ban has been waived here by the side of TPO, I believe, looking at just Monkey Knights already starting to ban stuff here. So normally, because of the E-sub, they would have to lose 3 first phase bans for a playoff match. But it looks like TPO Redemption said, if we can't beat them at their best, why even host the championship? So it looks like they're allowing the side of Monkeys Knights to ban. I mean, maybe that'll change if we see like a Timo Zillion ban in the next 2, but side ban, that's pretty stock standard, so it makes a lot of sense that it looks like the bans are going to be allowed in this one.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I think the sides are swapped. I think TPO Redemption is on the blue side and Monkeys Knights is on the red side because there's no first ban for the red side. So I think the sides might be incorrect here, and I think TPO Redemption is not letting Monkeys Knights have bans for the first phase.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to give them a pretty significant advantage as well. But one interesting thing with that regard that I've always seen is even if you can't do targeted bans, just by the nature of there being more OP picks being available, it's still going to change the draft quite a bit, and it's not going to give as large an advantage. So I actually kind of like that for the most part. TPO Redemption is banning away picks that are pretty strong. Or, sorry, not picks that are pretty strong, but like picks that are more specific to what Monkeys Knights like to play. Pantheon, I think, is the only true meta pick that's being banned away. And because of that, their comfort's going to be removed. But those OP picks, both sides are going to have equal opportunity to pick them.
Yeah, I mean, Sion is very meta at the current moment. He's a very strong tank up in the top lane, and it is still one of SteelFan's best champions. I mean, the Pantheon, Small News has been playing it whenever he's had the chance to this season, so not surprised to see that one banned away here from the side of TPO Redemption. But with no red side bans for Monkeys Knights, TPO going to get their chance to first pick the Jinx for themselves, and immediately, Monkeys Knights steals away the Seraphine from Finny. I was joking about it on Otter Talk that he is just a Seraphine merchant, and Monkeys Knights not going to let him be one of those tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is Fearless, so we're not going to see that Seraphine on the side of TPO Redemption ever for this whole series. But, I mean, I always like Jinx first pick. I think it's a really solid blind pick. And obviously get excited, one of the most powerful passives in the entire game. If you're able to get going, you can really get going in those fights. And it's going to be with a Braum, so there's going to be some decent safety in the bot lane. But they're not going to have too much aggressive play unless they do get that gank from Amumu. I think on their own, they're not going to be able to do too much 2v2. But again, with Amumu, that is going to give them quite a bit of team fight. And the front line's already been selected for TPO Redemption, unless they want even more of it later on from the top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, Pelly last week on this Amumu was an absolute beast in that first game, went absolutely ballistic on it, just setting up every single fight for his team perfectly. And I also really do like this Braum pick out of Kittens. It is a great counter into Morgana, and I meant in Seraphine, and Morgana just stumped me because I don't like this Morgana champion. I have harsh memories with Morgana personally. I have a grudge against this champion, but also if it's support with Seraphine, like I don't know, that's not a winning duo in my eyes.
Yeah, I think I agree. I don't think it's a very strong duo, just because they both kind of do the same thing, and they could stack their roots together, but I mean, at that point, I think Morgana Caitlyn would have gotten more value out of that route. Maybe some other AD carry like Jhin, for example, could get the route and the extra burst damage. Seraphine is just going to be able to follow up with the route. That's it. And really, Morgana's not going to have the slow either, so she can't make it even easier to get the beat drop for the Seraphine. But it could be a lot of range. It could be a lot of poke. But at the same time, I think this passive push is just going to let Jinx free farm. So unless they're able to get some burst, some clean one-shots come level 6, if they get an early level 6 timing, I think that's going to be their best bet. But other than that, they're just going to have to hope to scale out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I did get to cast a Morgana last night for another league, but that was Masters, and it was Morgana Jungle, which I don't think we're getting here, unless this is an Udyr top for Steel Fan. I don't think we're getting in Morgana Jungle out of Steel Fan, and even then, I think it's just only okay. I mean, it'll match Amumu's clearing, and it's good for, like, counter gank setup and everything, but, like, right now you have no damage on the side of Monkey's Knights. Your only damage source is Seraphine, and even then, it can be very middling, but with a Corki lock-in, that is some damage follow-up for the comp that you are drafting so far, but there's no real engage button either. It's, you got the Udyr running at somebody as an angry man in the forest, just gonna slap you, and then you got 2 roots, and that's about it. So if none of those hit or work, it's gonna be really hard for Monkey's Knights to start one of these fights. Well, TPO Redemption are drafting, like, the easiest comp to play in all of Platinum. You got Jinx, Braum, Amumu. That is the 3 easiest champs to play in almost the entire game.
And I mean, Vlad, also definitely not that difficult of a champion to play. Does need a little bit of time. That is kind of a concern that I'm starting to have a bit for TPO Redemption. Both of their damage dealers need time before they're going to be able to really start dishing out the damage. Now, if they're able to get to late game, they're going to one-shot whoever they want. Because just looking at that team comp, I mean, it's a Seraphine, Udyr, Morgana, Corki. None of them are really that tanky. And interestingly enough, it looks like this is probably going to be a Vladimir mid. And that, yeah, and with that being locked in, that's going to be a Yorick top. So,
I'm pretty sure TPO ran this exact comp last week, and I'm gonna go check that now.
I mean, it's a pretty solid composition. There's really nothing bad about it. And I think Yorick is going to kind of fill in that spot that I was talking about. It's going to be able to give them a little bit of that early pressure. It's going to have some early damage, and it's really going to help them later on. And it is going to be the Alawi in the top side, so that's going to be pretty strong if they're able to win the side lane. But I think that's going to be the most volatile lane, actually, looking at this, because, I mean, Jinx, Braum, they're not going to have kill pressure onto Morgana and Seraphine. There's too many shields there. Same with the other way around, because Braum's just going to be able to have that unbreakable wall, and then just neither side's going to be able to kill each other. Over in the mid lane, Vlad's just going to want to scales. Same with the Corki. But the top lane, a lot of fighting could have, because these are both champions that want to be the lane dominators. They want to push you in. They want to try and fight. And only one of them can end up being that powerful champion. So if any gank start going up towards topside, I think that's where the highest effect is going to be, because either one of these can definitely snowball.
Yeah, I mean, also the Monkey's Knights comp, I'm actually curious if this is the Corki mid, or if they're going to be putting the Seraphine mid with Corki bot lane, or even the Morgana mid with Seraphine support. I mean, they have a couple of options here with those 3 picks. They can kind of interchange wherever they want to play, but TPO Redemption basically played this draft last week. They had the Vladimir, the York, and the Braum in one game. It was just a different jungler and a different AD carry. So, I mean, they won on it before. I think they're going to be able to pilot this again. The drink in that game went absolutely ballistic on the Vladimir, so looking to do that again here. But this is going to be a great finals game number 1 here, Toki. And I got to ask you, the toughest question I always ask you is, looking at these 2 drafts, which team is taking game number 1?
TPO Redemption. I think their draft is really well balanced. The Yorick pick was definitely the final nail in the coffin for me because, again, I was a little bit concerned because Jinx and Vlad, they don't really deal that much damage early on. Amumu, also not the strongest jungler, does deal a decent amount of damage early, especially with the more common build, which is building Leandri's first, so you do get that little bit of AP to start. But this Yorick, being able to bring that DPS from the top side, being able to give a little bit of pressure, I think that should be enough. But at the same time, I think Monkey's Knights, if they're able to get a winning lane, if they're able to get a couple good team fights, they could bring it back. But I think that their issue is just starting fights. And because they don't really have that go button, all they really have is the Dark Binding. And I guess kind of the Encore, but we've seen before in other games where if that Encore misses, there's just nothing you can do. You're just going to get run down. And especially with a Vlad, with a Jinx, and a Mumu just chasing them down, I think that it's going to be very difficult for Monkey's Knights to play. And because there's only that one ability that's really a threat for TPO Redemption, as long as they keep that in mind, they should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a great... It's 2 different style of drafts going to be facing up on the Rift here in game number 1. We're going to head to a short break as we wait for the teams to finish in-client drafting and for the spectator delay. Do not go anywhere. Game number 1 action will be back in a couple of minutes. And welcome back for game number 1 of our grand finals between TPO Redemption and Monkeys Knights. TPO will be on the blue side, Monkeys on the red side, and it is that quirky mid like you did predict, Toki.
Yes. I mean, I think it does make a lot of sense there as well because Vlad is a pretty weak laner and does scale, but same is kind of true with Corki. Corki's a little bit stronger in lane, but if you let that Corki free farm, it's still going to become an incredibly powerful champion as we head later and later into the game, especially just chucking out those missiles, poking them down. They don't really have too much in terms of someone being able to fully block it. So this Corki DPS is going to stick. There's just not a ton of regen on that team besides the Vlad self-healing.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at some summoner spell choices here, the Drink taking the Ghost and no TP in this one, similar to what he did last week. Finny forced to take the cleanse in this game, especially with the bottom lane that he is facing up against. But Kittens took Exhaust, which I think is an interesting choice because there's not going to really be a super dive heavy threat on the side of Monkeys Knights unless Steelfan TP's behind them and is trying to 1v5 a team fight himself. Otherwise, I think you could have gone Ignite, even the heal in this matchup specifically. I think the Exhaust is unnecessary.
Yeah, I think maybe something like heal could have been better just to give that extra move speed over to Finny. I don't think Ignite would be too good either because kind of for the same reason. They're just not really going to be fighting in the bot lane. Ignite doesn't get as much value later on as Giraffe Rider is going to be walking down the Drink here in the mid lane, already down to half HP. So that is kind of expected. I do think that overall Corki wins this matchup early on. And then late game, if the Vlad's able to get on top of the Corki, it's just one shot and that's it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the power of the level 1 of Corki with that Gatling gun. Now we're going to see a little bit of exchange in the bot lane. Funny Man gets a 2-man root, but then gets stunned up thanks to the concussive blows, and now they're looking to push forward as Finny and Kitten's stunned up, but it does not matter because Finny has no mana, despite being fully stacked on that lethal tempo, was in the fish bones that whole time, so shooting out those rockets means he just is eating through all that early mana bar, and that is not what Jinx should be doing in that. I think if he was in minigun, there was the potential to get a kill there by later switching to that longer range with the rockets instead of using all your mana early.
Yeah, but I mean, if they did use those rockets, they wouldn't have been able to get that level 2. They were definitely being pushed in pretty hard by Funnyman and Fallen Warrior. But it is going to be rough now because now that they're completely out of mana, Funnyman and Fallen Warrior, they have health potions. They're going to be able to get back up towards of HP. But Finny's not going to be able to get that mana back up, at least not very quickly. Going to need a little bit of time. And that's kind of going to give free farm going over towards the Funnyman. It's going to give them a lot of priority over in the bot lane. And with both junglers pathing down towards this bot side, we could potentially see a fight over at the Scuttle. But right now it seems that Small News is going to be their first. And maybe 8,000 could actually get collapsed upon as both sides. 4 members going towards this poor Amumu.
Oh, the root doesn't hit at a Fallen Warrior, but 8,000 hits the bandage toss onto them in tow. So no collapse was possible because of the Dark Binding Mist there. So luckily, 8,000 is going to be able to live in that play. But, I mean, just looking at wave states right now, Funnyman got a reset off, chooses not to TP back to the lane as Giraffe Rider's looking for a bit of a trade in mid lane from the Drink, does not get hit by that Tides of Blood thanks to the minion in front of him. So Giraffe Rider trading very much up in this lane so far.
Yeah, but even though 8,000 was able to get away, that's still going to be a double Scuttle going in favor of Small News. And most importantly, the Faded Ashes was not completed on the first back. 8,000 did end up, I believe, skipping a camp before going back. And without the Scuttle Crab, you do not have enough gold for it. And that's going to make it quite a bit more difficult for 8,000 to really get a lot of pressure on the map. It's going to slow down the rest of the clear for the second clear. And just the damage isn't going to be there for those ganks. Basically, he's going to have to rely more on just those base stats and whatever damage can come out of the laners when they do choose to gank. And we see Small News also went on a reset, and they were able to get the Faded Ashes on the other hand. So I do expect to see Small News picking up the pace a little bit in terms of this clear speed and maybe getting some kind of prio advantage over 8,000.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're just having a very slow early game here just because of the lanes that were picked. There's no real hard-winning lane. Everybody is really just looking to scale up in this game on both sides. You have multiple champions that want to scale for everybody. Even the Alawi and Yorick both want to get those 1 items before they really start looking to trade. So no real action is going to be happening. And I think with a Chemtech Dragon being the first dragon in the game, I think even less so for action-wise. I don't think any team except for maybe TPO is inclined to get this, but they would rather have a Chemtech Soul for specifically Vladimir than just a singular Chemtech Dragon. So I think both teams are just gonna keep, farming up and chilling at this point in the game. As 8,000 is looking for something in the bot lane, but he's on a ward, so going to be okay. Well, Small News is going to be the one to actually start up this dragon almost 6 minutes into this game number 1.
And this Chemtech Dragon on its own would be really good for Monkey's Knights. I mean, it increases that heal and shield power. And, I mean, they have so much shielding coming through, but it looks like both sides, they do want to fight for this.
All right, 8,000 hits the bandits, falls onto Fallen Warriors. Fallen Warriors has to flash away, but now the Drink is looking to go in the back line, but he's super low, he's exhausted up, he's burning down. Small News now going to be the one in trouble, gets the Black Shield out of Fallen Warrior, and they're able to get the CC chain down onto Kids. Kids not able to move, but the Dragon is still a focus. Flash forward, it is stolen away. Giraffe Rider able to pick up the 1 kill onto 8,000, not lied. TPO was able to pick that one up, but it does not matter. They get 1 dragon, but they lose 2 kills ever so quickly. Monkey's Knights on first for game number 1 here, even though they lose the neutral objective.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, it's still only a 500 gold difference. They are winning pretty handedly over in that top side. The CS numbers are still looking good for really for everyone involved right now. No one's really falling too far behind except for Steelfan, as the Drink does get poked down pretty low.
Oh my gosh, the Rocket almost picks up the kill onto the Drink, but now Finny is going to be CC'd up. Jumping in front is Kittens to save his 80 carry, and the Drink actually almost fell. Oh no.
And it begins.
Oh no, I've already had such a long day, and now we're getting a pause. And I know producer Shivam in the background is screaming right now about this pause, very unhappy about this one, but hopefully we are able to get this result rather quickly and get back into the actions here. But just looking at the state of game number 1 here, Toki, Monkey's Knights are off to a really good start with a kind of a very hard scaling comp. Maybe it does get a little bit outscaled by TPO, but still looking good in the early game.
So in terms of their scaling, they are going to be pretty strong, but I think being able to get that Chemtech Drake is actually very valuable for TPO Redemption. That's going to be a lot of extra healing coming in for the Vlad and for the Yorick as well. Those are going to be the 2 that are going to be getting the most usage out of it. But equally, it's important to remove that from Monkey's Knights, because they have a shield on the Morgana. They have a shield and a heal coming in from the Seraphine. There's a shield and healing coming out from the Udyr, and the healing coming out from Ilawi. It's only, I believe, 3% per Drake, if I'm correct, but it adds up very quickly when it's the entire team that can get usage out of it. And it's just going to make everyone so much tankier. And again, Seraphine's able to do it in a massive AoE for the team. So that's actually going to be quite a bit less health and shielding that TPO Redemption is going to have to chew through once those later game team fights do come in. Now, they are up 700 gold, and most importantly, Giraffe Rider was able to get one of those kills. And I mean, look at the items that Giraffe Rider's going right now. It's the Cull and the tier. In fact, there's 3 tiers on the side of Monkey's Knight, so they will kind of not have that much pressure even with his gold lead right now, because that's 1,200 gold just going straight into mana. And looking at their mana bars, they're still out of mana anyway, so it hasn't really helped that much yet. It is a scaling item. So there will be opportunities for a TPO Redemption to come back. Faded Ashes is now complete on 8,000 as well. So I think if Monkey's Knights are able to get another winning fight around the Grubs or maybe the second dragon, then they can start pushing their lead then. But the way it is right now, I don't think it's enough on its own.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be rough in this one so far. I mean, like you said, there are avenues for TPO Redemption to be able to come back into this game. I mean, they're still scaling up. Drink is finally taking his first reset here. The call is in the inventory for Finny as well. And hello, we're back as we wait for this pause to be resolved. But, I mean, game number 1, already off to some early action around that first dragon. Neutral objective next is going to be those Void Grubs, but I think this is a great time for us to head into a short break here while we wait for the pause to be resolved between these 2 teams in game number 1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. And long time no see. We are back into the action already as there's a potential gank in the mid lane on Giraffe Rider, but he's going to be okay and actually do a significant chunk to 8,000's HP bar there as he was just looking to try to get a gank off, but was not expecting Giraffe Rider with so little mana to be able to get such an aggressive trade. But Quirky's man bar is deceptive with how much it actually costs for him to cast all those abilities.
Yeah, I mean, especially the Missile Barrage just really doesn't cast, or really doesn't cost anything. It's something that can easily be spammed, and with that reset, they'll be in a much better spot. Giraffe Rider's going to have a lot more mana, going to be able to just spam those abilities onto the drink. So really it's just going to be this Vlad trying to use that healing to kind of outlast the core key mana bar. But I'm assuming Presence of Mind has been taken, which is definitely going to add up quite a bit. But we'll see if they do manage to land an ability later on. But and then meanwhile, again, this top side, that's where I think the biggest difference is happening right now. Edojun just up quite a bit in terms of CS, doing pretty good work into Steel Fan. But with this rotation right now, it looks like the Grubs are just going to be taken by Monkey's Knights. There's no rotation coming in from TPO Redemption. And honestly, I think the way things are, I think that's actually a good choice. If Finny's able to get a couple of plates, and right now, already pushing into the bot side, if they get 2 plates, I think that on its own is already going to be worth it. This is going to be your late game hyperscaler. This is going to be an incredibly powerful Jinx later on. So just getting that early gold onto the Jinx is really going to add up for the potential next dragon fight.
Yeah, I agree. I think with Finny on the call and already in the bot lane doesn't have the opportunity to respond to that play. And I think it's smart, like you said, by TPO to just not go for that one. You go, hey, what does our Jinx get out of this plate? She gets 2 waves. She gets 1 plate, almost that full 2. But because Funny Man has TP, he's able to get back down there and not let it be those full 2 plates. But now it looks like we're going to have a play in the jungle. 8,000 goes in, but a nice black shield there out of Fallen Warrior. But now he's rooted up, and rooted up again is 8,000 as the Drink is looking for a flank play. The Encore comes out, hits onto Kittens, and Finny. Kittens has to flash away for this one. Drink is in the back line. He's looking to already pop the Hemo play, and now Swallow News goes in, but he's CC'd up, and he's already falling down to 8,000 as they're looking to continue to push this one in. Funny Man is trying to run for the hills, but the Drink is on the chase, and he is thirsty, but he's going to be backing off of this one. Actually rooted up by Funny Man, not going to have the chance to escape, and that is Fallen Warriors picking up that kill with the Tormented Soil. It goes 1 for 1, but that is the Feats of Warfare picked up for Monkey's Knights.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, it's Fallen Warrior with those 2 kills, and already with the Oblivion Orb as well. I'm actually a little bit surprised about that first, because the Jinx and the Braum, they're not going to be healing too much, so that was bought basically entirely just to take down the Drake in those team fights, and I mean, it worked, so can't really say too much about it. But definitely an unusual decision. But I guess when you have that extra gold right now, you know you're going to need the anti-heal later on anyway for your entire team, as Edojun getting ganked, but a rocket also on the way.
Yeah, Steelfan actually going to fall to the Super Mega Death Rocket from Finny from downtown. And now Edojun is actually 1v1ing Small News. Small News is actually doing very well in this one right now. We're going to have to run away as the ghouls come out and leap onto him and do a significant chunk of damage at that point. But Finny, a shot aimed correctly, is able to pick up the kill in the top lane. Edojun getting the assist on that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be pretty big, and that's also going to relieve that little bit of pressure that Edojun finally started feeling on that top half of the map. Steel Fans is going to be set even further behind. A 30 CS deficit right now in that top lane. And despite being down a kill, TPO Redemption is up almost 1k gold right now. This is a very solid lead to have, and with the kill going over towards Finny as well, I mean, that's just a great place.
Yeah, and I mean, oh, hold on, I'm going to hold that thought as Edojun is actually being collapsed on by Small News once again. He's trying to slow him up, CC him up for Steelfriend to get in range. He hits the W, but it does not matter because Edojun is a little bit too tanky at this point in the game. You're going to be able to just walk away from this one, but like I was going to say, Edojun on this Yorick is like the one champion besides like the Drink Vladimir that you do not want to get ahead in this game, because he will just absolutely control the entire map by himself, just split pushing down the entire game. And that is looking like what Edojun wants to do in this one so far, as the Drink getting a little help there from 8,000 for a push in the mid lane, potentially looking for a reset because he does not have TP. Has to get better reset timings, but now I changed my mind as it looks like the Dragon is actually going to be the focus here. So TPO using that for mid lane push as they're trying to control the vision around this area right now.
Yeah, and they have all the major cooldowns available, except for Flash on Kittens right now in TPO Redemption. But quite a few summoners missing on that side as well. As
Yeah, Small News actually, the bandage toss hits, and there goes the curse of the sad mummy, and immediately Small News is down, and it looks like Finny is trying to press even more far forward, but with the passive falling off, it looks like you're gonna just turn their attention to the dragon. 8,000 and Finny able to pick off the enemy jungler who is too far disconnected from his own team, and with Steelfan TPing topside, I think the Knights are going to be conceding this one, but it looks like Fallen Warriors has other ideas, as they're going to get damaged up by Finny there and have to use the Black Shield to not get rooted up by the Flame Trumpets. And now Steelfan and Idojun are trading along in the top lane, and Idojun is hard winning this one so far. Steelfan TP's back the lane to lose almost his entire HP bar.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Oh no, the Super Mega Death Rocket! Oh no! Oh! Finny with another one from downtown!
Yeah, I was saying earlier, this top lane, I think that's where the volatility is going to be coming from. I wasn't expecting a lot of that pressure to be coming out of Finny, though. Just absolutely monstrous with those snipes so far this game. But, I mean, that's already a 40 CS lead now, building up in the top side. And Idojun's going to get so many plates right now. This is a Triforce Yorick, just going to be able to absolutely shred through those structures. And, oh, it's not going to get any easier. Now, I think, I believe at the 5-item mark, which already isn't a good sign, the fact that they're bringing up 5 items, that's where Steelfan can start fighting back to Yorick. Because Yorick did get, not quite nerfed, but the early game is going to be a little bit weaker than before, with the late game scaling a bit better. But right now, Kitten's in a bad spot.
Yeah, Kitten's actually going to be the one in trouble. He's stunned up here by Small News, charmed up by a Funny Man with the Encore. Finny had to use the cleanse to not get pulled back in, and that is just Monkey's Knights making a nice pick onto the enemy support, who is a little bit overextended for vision.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just a kill. And right now, they're not able to chain it into anything else. Idojun managed to get the turret up in that top side. That's going to help a lot for the team as well. And what is interesting to me is I believe feats have not been completed yet. So it's just going to be whoever gets this Rift Herald, most likely, is going to be the one that gets the feats. And right now, TPO Redemption, they're in a much stronger position for it in terms of gold, in terms of items. However, with Finny and Kittens going to the bot side, there is an opportunity for Monkey's Knights to try and sneak this away. And since they did get feats of warfare for themselves, they could manage to snag those. And just having those extra items, that extra scaling possibility, it's going to help them out quite a bit. But all of that depends on if they're able to get it. But right now, Funny Man is already roamed up to the mid lane, and Giraffe Rider are going to be holding down bot lane. And with the TP available, they can send all 5 members for this Herald fight.
Like you said, for the feats of warfare, actually, if Monkey Knights gets the Rift Herald, that won't even give them the feats because they will be one neutral objective too short. While if TPO gets it, they will get the full feat. So they could be willing to concede this one and then just fight for the 3rd dragon, where they could be in a much stronger spot than they currently are. But now 8,000 is going right down on the Fallen Warriors. Curse of the Sad Mummy is used as well. Bandage Toss 2 is not even going to connect onto him. It's going to hit Small News because Fallen Warriors has already fallen in the play. Drink takes a lot of damage on the backside. Now Kittens and Finny are looking to press far forward. The Q does not hit out of the Brahms. So Small News is going to be able to get his way out of this one.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through. They're still able to get the pick, but see, this is kind of the difference because they were able to get the fight. They also got just 1 pick on the support, exactly what Monkey's Knights did earlier, except the difference is they're going to be able to get the Herald out of this, and because they're also going to be able to get the Herald, they're going to be able to get the feats. So this is just more value from the exact same play. And a lot of these championship teams, this is exactly what they're going to be doing. They're going to be not fighting or getting pickoffs for the sake of it. They're going to be fighting around specific areas, around very specific objectives that they want for the team.
Giraffe Rider, actually. Yeah, Giraffe Rider could actually fall down here, and he's in the cage of Yorick, and he's not able to escape. No use of the Valkyrie. Idojun able to get his first kill on the board this game after helping Finny snipe Steelfan twice. Finally gets one on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, Idojun is so big. Still a 40 CS gap on the top side is now Steelfan fighting with a drink.
Yeah, actually, I didn't notice that, but the drink able to get away thanks to that Sanguine pool, and also was forced to pop the ghost because the Leap of Faith came out from Lowy. Oh, never mind. Steelfan picks that one up as in the mid lane, Kittens keeps Finny alive with the stand behind me unbreakable combo, gets rooted up as well, and he's going to get rooted up once again, they're out of Funny Man, but he's just going to be A-okay. And SteelFan able to get a solo kill up in the top lane. So, like, what does the drink do to die here? He's already dead here.
I do believe SteelFan just kind of spots out the drink and just flashes onto the play.
Oh, why did the drink walk forward? He Hemo Plague to die, so SteelFan just flashed harsh lessons. Okay, fair enough. Well played there by SteelFan.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on if you think SteelFan's flash is worth your life. I personally don't think it is, but you never know. Maybe there is some kind of reasoning behind it, but it's definitely going to help out SteelFan a lot. I mean, right now, they did swap those side lane matchups. They're trying to put the drink into SteelFan and Adojun into Giraffe Rider, or I should say the other way around, Giraffe Rider into Adojun. Because with that range matchup, at the very least, you're going to be able to safely farm. SteelFan just cannot approach the wave because of how strong this Yorick is right now. But either way, this next dragon is going to be spawning up right now, and both sides have decent vision behind enemy lines. So I think this is just going to come down to who's going to be able to start it up first and who's going to be able to fight better. But Encore is not available for the Funny Man. So actually, I think this would be a winning fight for TPO Redemption, but looks like they're willing to give it up just to try and poke down this mid lane instead. I actually would have liked to see them fight. If they were tracking the Encore, which was used not that long ago, in that mid lane trying to take out Vinny, I think this would have been a very easy team fight for them.
Yeah, and I mean, also, if they're conceding the dragon there, them not riding the Rift Herald is kind of a misplay, because they probably could have gotten a charge onto tier 2 as well and continue to have Adojun pressure up in this top lane at the same time. They only get the mid outer turret for that one. They'll get the bot outer turret because nobody is responding to the drink right now. But I think if you're TPO and you're conceding that dragon, you can play that a lot more aggressively in the mid lane push that you do have going on there.
Yeah, I mean, I think... like you said, if they rode that, they would definitely have gotten more value out of it. But I think if they literally just drop it in mid lane and then look for the fight, they had wards in the area. It's not that they were completely blind. They didn't have as good vision as what Monkey's Knights did, but it was more than playable for them. And Adojun, if they were able to TP in as well, they had a ward kind of in that tri-brush just below Dragon, could have had the flank play. They had one in the banana brush that could have been just there to join with the team if they wanted to go front to back. But either way, they had a lot of options, and in my opinion, they kind of chose the worst of the above. But even with that, picking the quote-unquote worst option, they still got 2 tier 1s. I mean, it's by no means a bad trade. It's just they could have gotten more for their position.
Yeah, and now with those turrets now down the outer ring, gone for the side of Monkey's Knights, TPO is really going to be able to set up shop wherever they do feel like. The next objective spawning onto the Rift will be that Otacon spawning in the bot side, followed by the Dragon, and then eventually the Baron, which is 5 minutes out from this point in the game, as Adojun is still pushing in this top lane, still significantly strong on this Yorick Mori. Not going to be worried about the Alawi trying to face up against him 1v1 as Giraffe Rider clear the bot wave, and we're just getting a whole lot of wave clear and resets right now while teams are waiting for the next neutral objective. But SteelFan takes a lot of damage, but deals a good man back to Adojun as well. Adojun was looking to actually turn in onto this one, but so far not going to choose to go for it. The Maiden still alive, so SteelFan is also a little bit trepidatious about going in for this play as well.
Yeah, but again, Adojun hasn't really fallen, or SteelFan hasn't really caught up in the CS. It's still growing ever so slightly in favor of Adojun. Now fight starting on the bot side.
Yeah, and Fallen Warriors immediately deleted off of the map, able to pick off the enemy support. Once again, Fallen Warriors doesn't even flash, no exhaust. I don't even think he black shielded himself either, so getting caught out here. Now they're looking for a play onto Giraffe Rider, who's able to get away from that one as Adojun gets a solo kill onto SteelFan up in the top lane. Super Mega Death Rocket Finny, not there for you this time. This one is all Adojun, so let's see how he's able to do this one. He hits the mist and is just able to walk in, gets the Q, the last right, and it does not matter. The Maiden finishes the job.
Yeah, I mean, that's just playing into Yorick from ahead, but Adojun might actually get jumped.
Yeah, Small News actually flashed forward. The ult there is used by Funny Man, and they're looking to try to just burn this Yorick down. They're able to do so. So a shutdown going over to Small News, having to use a flash and the Seraphine ultimate, but able to pick that one up. What you can see on the minimap in the bot side, 8,000 is starting up the Otacon, knowing that Small News is in the top side.
Yeah, and it's not just small news. There's a lot of players up there now. I guess Otacon HP is going to be a little bit bugged here at the spectator, but shouldn't matter anyway. I mean, there's no vision on this. Small news is way up in the top side, so that will be quite a bit of the flowers going in favor of TPO Redemption. That little bit of a buff is going to be nice for them as well. And we were talking earlier about the potential scaling, but I think with the Otacon and the feats for TPO Redemption, I think even with there being a Corki and a Seraphine, there's still going to be that scaling advantage for TPO Redemption now. They're going to be in a much better spot with this. And especially with Erojun, it did go down, but again, none of that gold went to Steel Fan. So that's not really going to help the side lane matchup at all, but Erojun did get that tier 2 solo gold. That's like another 600 gold. And it's just going to be so difficult for Steel Fan to match up there. Eventually, I think Erojun could even start threatening onto that tier 3 and then later on the inhibitor. And that's going to buy a lot of space and a lot of pressure for the rest of this TPO Redemption squad. Now, with Dragon spawning in about 40 seconds, it is the Mountain Soul, by the way, which, again, a really good soul for really either of these two teams, but I think it will benefit TPO Redemption more, just trying to survive a little bit more into that poke that's going to be coming out of Monkey's Knights. And they're playing well together to get this vision, to get this set up. It looks like this time they're not going to give it up, and they're going to continue stacking these dragons.
Yeah, and I mean, you have two fully completed items, and never mind, 8,000 actually gets the bandage toss on the Funny Man. Flash away from both Funny Man and Fallen Warriors. A nice black shield was used there, and 8,000 now without the Curse of the Sad Mummy. The big team fight engage ultimate is going to be on cooldown, but they're still looking to press forward for this one. 8,000 is looking for the bandage toss angle, hasn't used it just yet, as to take a little bit of poke back from Draft Rider going in. Is the drink getting a nice bit of chunk out of his HP bars? He looks to go in. 8,000 actually flashes forward. Draft Rider gonna have to flash away as they're still looking to go in this one. A nice 4-man ult out of the Funny Man, but it does not matter because he's already down. Kids with a multi-man glacial fissure as Erojun gets exhausted up looking to go in. Finny gets the reset off of Small News, and he's getting a double kill. And Erojun picks up one in the backside as well. Only Fallen Warriors is alive. They don't lose anybody in the team fight, and TPO Redemption have come to play in game number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, this could be the final nail in the coffin. They're not going to be able to end off this play, but I mean, that's so much gold swing in their direction. They're going to get the Mountain Drake as well. They send 8,000 just alone into the bot side. They got the tier 2 mid. They got the tier 3 mid. They're going to get the tier 3 top. This is just so much gold going into TPO. Right now, almost a 10k gold lead. Well, 9k if we're going to be splitting hairs here. And again, with those 3 dragons, that's going to be even more of a gold advantage, you know? And then with the gold value coming in from the Otacon and then the feeds. So essentially, we can say that in terms of gold value, they are over 10k ahead. And right now, it's just going to be so difficult for Monkey's Knights to find a good engage. And that was Encore hitting on 4 members. Like, it's not going to get much better than that.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at the gold differences here. Erojun up about 4k, Finny up about 2.5 as well. Everybody is ahead on the side of TPO except for the Drink, who's actually behind Giraffe Rider in this game, funnily enough. But I mean, they are so far ahead, and like you said, they are 1 dragon away from that soul. Also, it might not be the final nail on the coffin, but it is a great way to start building. You're up almost 10k now before the Baron is even on the Rift. As I say that, it does spawn in, but this is looking like the beginning of the end of game number 1, as Kittens and Fallen Warriors are just going to be doing some Portal combat. Kittens going to be worse for wears on that one, but I mean...
But in the bot lane...
Oh my gosh, Erojun gets a solo kill on Giraffe Rider that we did not get to see. Hopefully we get the pan back to that one, as it looks like Baron is going to be the one started up here for TPO Redemption, and kind of looking like the beginning of the end of game number 1. All right, so going...
At this replay.
Yeah, let's look back here.
Be in a good spot here, and yeah, just manages to land that one ability and just runs down Giraffe Rider. There's just nothing Corki can do here.
Oh, that's so sad, because the Mist has the slow, and all the ghouls just continue to jump because you have the Maiden, so whenever a minion dies, you just spawn a new little ghoul, so they just keep constantly hopping forward because he's still procced by the Morning Mist. Man, that just feels bad. You know, dude just literally walks up and slaps Corki with the shovel, and there's no outplay for it.
Yeah, I mean, that is the outplay. Just dodge the W. If you get hit once, that's it for you. It's too long of a lane. Giraffe Rider may have been a little bit too far up, but I think the idea was to try and bait Edo-jun in, because they had the rest of their squad right around it. Again,
Actually, Edo-jun might be baited in right now because Small News is behind him. He's actually CC for quite a long time, and he's actually taking a whole lot of damage. Small News takes the kill again. And now the Drink is actually 1v1ing on Steelfan. Steelfan pops the ultimate here, and he's looking to trade this one back, but there is actually no outplay potential for him. Finny able to pick that one up, killing the enemy top laner for a third time in this game. As 8,000 look to go in with the bandage shots, but it's not going to connect right now. Finny's still pressing forward. He's actually hit by the Dark Biden. Kitten's going to jump in front of him and try to keep his AD carry as safe as possible, as the Monkeys Knights are still looking to defend their base for as long as possible in this game.
Yeah, but they're down 2 inhibs now. There is a wave in the bot side. It hasn't crashed yet, but that's going to be the next target for TPO Redemption. If they do want to keep pushing, they are pretty low health bars. So if they do try to overstay here a little bit, this could be an opportunity for Monkeys Knights to try and go in. Now, Edo-jun is up in 8 seconds, does have TP, but...
Yeah, the Drink is actually going to be in a whole lot of trouble. He's actually not charmed up because Kittens gets the unbreakable will up in time and flashes out of that one. The Braum is actually slowed up once again, but he's going to be able to use that stand behind me to escape from that one. So close to picking off the Vladimir, but Kittens getting just in front with that Braum shield to keep his mid laner alive. They still don't pick up the bot lane inhibitor turret, but they're going to have to take their reset before Baron falls off.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not the worst for them. I think they would have definitely liked to try and end the game there, but losing Edo-jun does make it impossible, and then they had a somewhat of a decent fight in the mid lane, but the HP bars were just too low to stick around. But Dragon's going to be up in a minute and a half. That is going to be sold. Still going to be another win condition if they want to wait for that. If they don't want to wait for that, they could just go right back down to the bot lane. Everyone is back up. Encore's still going to be down for a little while. This is going to be a very good opportunity for them to just kind of run through the bot lane and see what they can do. Edo-jun can definitely solo push in that mid lane. And if they do want to get that kill, they need to bring 2 or 3 members. And if they do that, like we saw in the last play, TPO Redemption is just going to take the inhib and start looking for more in the base.
Yeah, and Edo-jun is now looking to continue the pressure in the mid lane as his team is pushing in the bot lane. They're going to be able to pick up this turret. 8,000 actually hits the Q onto Fallen Warriors, but it does not matter because the Black Shield is there. Fallen Warriors still flashing away from that one. As the third inhibitor falls, the minions are in. The Baron is still on. They're sieging onto the Nexus turrets. This is now or never for Monkeys Knights. The first one already falls. Finny is actually excited. He's doing a lot of damage to Draft Rider. Small loses in the backside, but it does not matter. 3-man charm hits, but it does not matter because it is coming up all TPO Redemption. Finny with a double kill. Is it a penta? But no, the Drink steals it, and so does 8,000. Finny had the chance for the penta for the Jinx, but it does not matter because the Nexus falls. TPO Redemption claim game number 1 over Monkeys Knights.
Yeah, and I mean, really well played for TPO Redemption. I think they just had the winning draft, and then Edo-jun being able to win that volatile matchup in the top side with, and again, this feels very strange to say, with the help of Finny, was able to win that solo matchup. And unironically, those Super Mega Death Rockets actually made a massive difference because both times they landed, that was where Steelfan was already partway through recall, like 6-7 seconds in. So you waste the 6-7 seconds channeling that recall, and then you die. So then you have that death timer on top of that. And Edo-jun's just farming up, just getting those plates, getting those turrets, and the gold. I mean, look at the damage on this top laner. Edo-jun just had a phenomenal game. And again, they won through the bot side, they won through the mid side, just because of the rest of the advantage that the team was able to have. I think the damage, especially in the early game, is just too low for Monkeys Knights, but as quite a few people have pointed out in chat, this is a lot of TPO Redemption's good, strong champions already getting taken out. So they do win a game for it, but the question is, how deep do their pools run, and are they going to be able to bring out another strong draft for the next few games?
Yeah, and I mean, Finny, like you said, getting those 2 kills up in the top lane onto Steelfan with the Super Mega Death Rocket was so impactful for the game. It's accelerated him so quickly to become a earlier damage threat in this one, and that's kind of what you want to do when you have one of these hyper scaling champions, to get them online sooner rather than later so they're able to actually take over these team fights and win. And we saw TPO Redemption do exactly that. Edo-jun being like, I think he's in this general area, and Finny going, bet and throws the ultimate up there twice to be able to pick up the kill. Worked wonders for TPO Redemption. But we're going to have to see what they do have in their bag of tricks for game number 2, or if Monkey's Knights is going to be able to get the better draft and get the better of them and continue to give us a series, get back on the board for the first time here in the grand finals. We're going to head to a break as teams get ready for game number 2 draft. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. And welcome back for game number 2 between TPO Redemption and Monkey's Knights. Monkey's Knights still choosing to stay on the red side. And you can see by the Briar ban and then the Nothing ban, they still do not have their bans for them. I mean, why only ban one champion when you can ban 3 champions who know they're not going to play? Am I right?
Yeah, I mean 100%. I'm assuming that they did ask ahead of time if that's okay. Usually this is the kind of thing where both teams do talk it out. And I mean, if they really wanted to, they could just keep banning the stuff that they already played in game 1 because it is fearless. So that could have been a quicker way to get through the bans, but whatever, it doesn't really make a big difference. But what is going to be interesting is the first pick, Misfortune, coming out of TPO Redemption. And another interesting thing is they decided to stay on the same side. So Monkey's Knights, they're still going to be over on the red side. They're still going to have the counter pick, but I mean, last time the counter pick didn't really help them too much, clearly, because Edojin was still able to completely run amok in the top lane. But I'm wondering what they're going to pick with this Misfortune.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Misfortune blind, like, ever. Like, I saw it happen at Masters the other night, and I was like, I don't like this at all. I think Misfortune is actually, it sounds weird to say, but she's a hard character to pilot, because it's very hard to play her super effectively because she falls off so early in the game. She's such an aggressive laner, and the lane that Monkey's Knights has drafted can very easily neutralize this Misfortune. And I think if they pick Amelia with her, I think that is one of the worst options that you can go to pair with Misfortune. She is not good with enchanters. She's really good with these engage or peel style supports, but they're just going to go for the Milio, I think, just for the use of that ultimate against the Varus and the Leona. But so far, if we're going 2 picks, it's bot lane versus bot lane. I'm liking the Monkey's Knights draft a lot more.
Yeah, I'm definitely I think I kind of like it for now. It's really going to depend how they're able to play, but yeah, Varus is really strong right now. Did get slightly nerfed, I believe, -3 armor literally today. So will be slightly less tanky depending on the build they go. But because on hit, you still become quite tanky with the standard build, but that's going to be a lot of lockdown already on the side of Monkey's Knights. Last time they had no go buttons. Now they have 3. They have the Unstoppable Force on the top side. They have the Solar Flare from support and then Chains of Corruption. Obviously not the best engage, but when you have all that follow-up, it definitely could get the fight started.
I mean, I love Malphite. I'm a big Malphite enjoyer. I mean, Monkey's Knights need to ban Sylas, like, straight up, because you don't want to give over Sylas the 3 ultimates that you already have drafted, and Sylas is the universal counter pick to Malphite. If there is a Sylas in the game against a Malphite, I think it has like a 68% win rate. Doesn't matter what role either of them are playing. But speaking of champions that are recently nerfed or buffed, Aatrox got kind of a giant buff this patch, unironically, with it being the final patch before MSI. Of course, Riot Games is going to buff Aatrox. They're going to make it so Zeus has this champion to play at MSI. I mean, I think after Adrian's performance on the York, I think he's going to have the same level of one on this Aatrox, but Steelfan went for the counter pick of the Malphite, so has to be favorable, has to have faith in himself in this matchup. And look, I'm just a support player, but when I play off-roll and I got to play Malphite, I love playing Malphite at the Aatrox. I will solo kill the Aatrox as soon as I hit level 6 every single time. It is actually very easy to solo kill people as Malphite because his damage is so unexpected. So I'm really excited to see what Steelfan can do on this champion.
Yeah, I mean, it, like you said, it's a very strong burst champion. Those base stats are really high. Those base values for the Seismic Shard, for the Unstoppable Force, they're really, really high. And it is going to be a Dr. Mundo, and this is going to be a jungle Mundo, unless they're doing something real fancy like an Aatrox mid, but I'd be quite surprised if that is the case. And okay, never mind. It is just going to be the Sejuani. Okay, I like that better, to be completely honest. I think Mundo is quite weak early on, and I think that's kind of the issue for Mundo. He can definitely clear okay, and he does come out of the jungle in the end quite powerful, but you basically have to give prio over to everything. The ganks aren't super powerful, but Sejuani doesn't have any of those issues. Has a lot of early game damage, scales well as a tank. And is that engage option? Because right now, that's all they really have. It's just going to be the Sejuani starting off those fights. Now they're gonna have the baby cage in the mid lane now. That's gonna help out quite a bit, and could be a pretty easy gank depending on who they decide to lock in for their mid laner as the 10th pick for Monkey's Knights.
Yeah, I mean, so far, everybody on the side of Monkey's Knights has a way to start off the fight for them, while kind of just have the baby cage and knock up from the Aatrox or Sejuani getting in there. I mean, those are good engage options, but there is just so much CC and now damage on the side of Monkey's Knights. If Giraffe Rider can play safe on this Victor and just be that artillery mage from the backside, be that control mage, he's going to feast in these team fights with the comp that Monkey's Knights has drafted. But TPO Redemption, they have a really strong early game. They have Misfortune. They have Aatrox. Yes, it takes a while for Vigar to be that champion that everybody knows him for, where it's like he has 1400 AP and he's going to one-shot anybody on the screen with the ultimate. But, I mean, the way TPO Redemption played game number 1, I believe they'll be able to pilot this draft in game number 2. But, Togepi, we're at that time again. Looking at these 2 drafts, which draft are you favoriting for game number 2?
I think this time these drafts are a lot closer. I think both of them can definitely be piloted quite well. But I'm going to favor Monkey's Knights this time just for their draft. I think they have a lot of options in terms of starting fights. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. Basically, everyone except for the Victor has a way of starting a fight. And because of the amount of engage they have, that also means they have a lot of follow-up to any skill shots that are going to be able to land, to any other engage tools that are going to be used. Meanwhile, on the side of TPO Redemption, I still think it is playable for them. I'm not a huge fan of the Milio pick specifically, though. I don't think it does anything with Misfortune. She can auto attack, and she does have that kind of like auto Q auto combo that deals a decent amount of damage, but you definitely don't want to pick Milio with it. I think she would do better, even with something like a Nami, if you want to go Enchanter, but at that point, just go Lulu, you know, because Lulu's going to keep you safe, maybe Janna. But I think something more engage heavy or even poke heavy. I wouldn't even mind something like a Zyra. Just having those plants coming through it just kind of help that lane domination that Misfortune's kind of able to bring on her own anyway. And I think Milio's really going to lower the amount of the amount of pressure potential they're going to be able to get from the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to agree. I said it when it was picked. I do not like the Milio pick with the Misfortune, but we'll see if any of Kittens can make this one work, or if the Wombo Combo dream that Monkey's Knights have drafted for themselves will get them their first win in the finals. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes once teams are done with in-client draft and spectator delay. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back for game number 2 between TPO Redemption and Monkeys Knights. Sides staying exactly the same as game number 1. But before we get into the action, a quick shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and a game changer app for the league community. This isn't just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. With ProComps, you receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and band recommendations. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with friends, a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences. Coaches and analysts can even create personalized tier lists. Think of it as having a virtual draft coach and strategy toolkit all in one. The app has already over 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It's a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio.
Yeah, and right now there's already some action happening. Fallen Warrior trying to get that late ward onto that Raptor camp did get pushed away by Kittens and Finny. Or sorry, just Kittens. But there's a couple of interesting picks in terms of keystones and summoners. Fallen Warrior did go for the exhaust. And I feel like it's kind of a similar situation as last game where there's really no good exhaust target. Really, it's just going to be the Aatrox, I guess. That's the only one that's really going to be impacted by it. But I think Ignite could have still been better. Would have given them a lot more kill opportunity in the bot side. Maybe even force out the ultimate from Kittens early for that cleanse. And then it's also going to be first strike on the Misfortune. So really leaning heavily, most likely into the lethality build. And just into that big ultimate bot that we're going to be seeing come out from the Misfortune. But level 2 about to come up, and Finny might be a little bit too far up.
Yeah, Kittens actually might be the one who's out of position right now. Fallen Warriors is looking to go forward, hits the Zenith Blade onto him, hits him with the down-breaking shield, and takes actually a lot of damage back from the turret shot. But they're going to be A-okay in the bottom lane. A little bit too trepidatious there out of the Monkeys Knights bottom lane, who were level 2, could have gone in much earlier on that minion wave, but chose to wait until they were closer to the turret for the side of TPO Redemption. So going to be A-okay in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I mean, it's actually going to work quite well for TPO Redemption, especially with that double up hitting onto Fallen Warrior. That's going to be... the Leona just is going to be a little bit too low HP to try and engage. This is going to give a lot of safety over to Finny and Kittens, and maybe we'll let them kind of retake control of the lane. Now, again, because this is first strike, they're not going to be able to trade super often. It's just going to be those little trades back and forth, trying to land that double up or maybe even that bullet rain just for that free money. And it is a little bit of a shame because I think if they had a tank, they could have gone in. But funny man, with that level 3 walking right in, but kind of an even trade. So I think Finny and Kittens are going to be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, Finny actually trades up on that one because he has an HP potion still sitting in his inventory, while Funnyman had to use it. Like, yes, he has the biscuits, but it does not heal for as much or as long as the mana potion does. So, Finny feeling pretty good in this lane so far, but Small loses bottom lane. Could be looking for something. He flag and drags in, but Kittens is out of range. The Zenith Blade does not land. And the bot lane of TPO Redemption being an absolute sponge in this game, absorbing all the pressure and not breaking at this point. But in the mid lane, Giraffe Rider is actually the one in trouble. He's able to get away thanks to a nice placement of that gravity field. Going to be able to get away from 8,000 and the drink, and he's looking to go back in, knowing that Small News is in his back corner. Oh, excuse me, everybody. Sorry about that. But yeah, continue, Toki.
Yeah, the drink going to be able to just back away and get that reset. I think that gank was less to get the kill and more to just let the drink get out of that lane. Because was already low HP, low mana, had a wave slow pushing, and that is the absolute most dangerous place to be in. But now, Steelfan gonna be the target, but all the minions are already gone.
Yeah, Steelfan is gonna try to play this one out, but he's actually gonna be able to. He gets first blood onto 8,000, and Itojun almost falls down in at the same time. Steelfan able to make that one work for himself. And I just realized, as a Malphite aficionado that I like to say I am, normally in this melee matchup, you go for the Grasp of the Undying, but Steelfan went for the Arcane Comet, and that might have been the difference maker in that one, getting that little bit of bonus damage on the Q. Now Fallen Warrior could actually look to go in here, but he's actually taking the damage back. Funnyman is still low here. Finny and Kittens are trading back and forth in this bottom lane. They're going to be trading up positively in this one, but already action in the top lane. Probably the last spot I expected it to happen in this game.
Yeah, I am a little bit curious about that now that you mention it, because yes, Arcane Comet not always taken into that melee matchup, but Aatrox has a lot of that long range poke. However, if you're going that, you typically don't go Dorn's Shield. You typically go Dorn's Ring so that you can actually have the mana to get value out of it, because the Q does cost a lot of mana. So kind of going between the two builds, I'm actually not a huge fan of that. But, I mean, right now is falling behind in CS. That dive really did a number on that CS count. I believe there was a double wave stacked up underneath the turret, which is most of that lead already that Edojun has once again, by the way. So it's going to be a very dangerous lane for Steelfan, at least for the next little while. After a couple of those armor items are completed, we'll definitely be able to farm up. And regardless of gold, Malphite's always going to be able to bring value in team fights once that level 6 is online. But just taking a moment to look over at the CS counts across the map, and it really seems that everything is just up in this top side. Almost a 500 gold lead in favor of Edojun, though that's closing up. We'll say 300 now that Steelfan's able to collect that wave. And then the jungle up 300 as well, mostly just from that assist gold. So right now, it's a pretty good spot to be in for TPO Redemption. However, it's kind of the opposite. Last time we saw Monkey's Knights get 2 kills and that 1k gold lead early on, but TPO Redemption got the dragon. This time it's going to be the other way around, and it doesn't seem like anyone here from TPO Redemption's gonna be able to stop this. And so that's just gonna be first Drake going for free over to Monkey's Knights.
Yeah, so I was looking it up in the meantime to see what the most common Malphite build is against Aatrox, and I'm only getting it from this patch, which just recently came out. It's only about 200 games that I'm seeing, but it is Arcane Comet. But like you said, they normally go in with the Doran's Ring instead of the Doran's Shield. But also, it made me look at Edojun's build, which he went for the Electrocute in this matchup, which is good against 3 out of the 5 members on the side of Monkey's Knights, but it's not really good for the 1v1 against Malphite. But now it looks like they're looking to go for a dive up here on the Steelfan, and he still has access to that ultimate. This might not be one that you want to be looking for. It could be very risky, especially with small news still being around, but it looks like that play is not going to be going for it. They're looking for a play in the mid lane onto Giraffe Rider. In goes 8,000, still has that Glacial Prison in his back pocket. He gets the stun up. He's going to follow it up. The baby cage is there. He flashes forward, and the Glacial Prison goes backwards. Giraffe Rider going to be able to get out of that one.
Yeah, really unlucky. I'm wondering if that was a misclick or wasn't expecting the flash, but typically when you go for a gank like that, you have the baby cage. Just DPS, save your ultimate for the flash. Once the flash comes through, then you can start throwing it out. Now, I'm not sure if that's what 8,000 was trying to do and was just a misclick, or if they were trying to stack the CC onto Giraffe Rider, but just something to note for that. But either way, that's going to be the flash removed, so I really would like to see 8,000 re-gank that as soon as Glacial Prison is back up and online. I think it's a really easy kill for them to pick up and very important to get.
Oh, they're looking at the Kittens. The Chains of Corruptions hit as well. The ultimate comes out from Fallen Warrior, but it does not connect. It's only the slow, but bullet time is there for Finna to clear the entire wave and make that play not continue to happen. Now, Steelfan had already used the ultimate up in the top lane. He's just going to fall. Oh, actually, he actually outplays it! Steelfan with the double kill in the top lane!
Edojun hit the tower. That's my analysis. Edojun hit the tower. That one auto would have made the difference. I mean, that's going to be huge for Steelfan, and now it could be some action on the bot side too, but TP going to be coming out from the drink just to try and keep this bot lane safe. But, oh, that was a really, really unfortunate play for 8,000 Edojun. But, I mean, I got to say, I still don't know why they're trying for this play. I don't think it really matters if you stop the Malphite. At this point, the Malphite, or at least was, as far behind as you really need him. Malphite's always going to have Unstoppable Force, will always have the Seismic Shard, and those base values. That's all that Malphite's going to be doing in these fights. If you let him take a couple more waves, that's not going to change. Nothing really changes from there. But if you have that failed dive attempt into a Malphite who, again, the Unstoppable Force makes you unstoppable, can burst down the wave in one hit, it's just, I don't know. I think it's a play where even if it works, you don't really get much out of it. So I really don't like seeing that play.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Like you said, Malphite is gonna do the Malphite thing. He's kind of like the Mundo, but if Mundo was a rock lobster or rock monster, as they do like to say. Now they're looking for a play onto Ito Jun. Steel Fan is gonna have to get. Sorry, whoa, holy hell! There, Steel Fan went for the play on Ito Jun, bait him in. Fallen Warriors uses the ultimate there, the Solid Flare, forces Ito Jun to flash from that one, but with Ito Jun now having no flash, this is the angle where any Malphite is able to actually get a solo kill onto enemy top laners. It's something that doesn't happen very often, but when it do, it is always so exciting. But in that previous play where Ito Jun hit the auto onto the turret and not onto Steel Fan had already used his ultimate in the lane to trade onto Ito Jun and really didn't get much out of it. So he didn't have that ultimate for that tower dive. He flashed effectively, but could have been a whole lot worse. Steel Fan could have fallen. They probably only would have lost 8,000 and Ito Jun would have been 2-0 at this point, but Steel Fan was able to outplay it. Maybe Ito Jun made the mistake, you could say, but Steel Fan is sitting pretty up in this top lane now, and they're looking for a play in the bot lane. They're trying to go on to Fallen Warriors, but it's just not going to be there. So now Monkey's Knights are looking good in this game number 2 so far, as Small Loose is going to get away from 8,000 here. Flag and drag out, Blast going to the safety, A-okay.
Yeah, and most importantly, that those 3 kills going over to Steel Fan, who currently has 100% kill participation for both teams, has the 1 death and all 3 kills for Monkey's Knights. That's going to be the feats of warfare. And after they did that play onto Ito Jun, where they did force out the ult, never mind.
Here they're going in onto Kittens here. The Solar Flare is actually used on the Finny to cancel the bullet time. The Breath of Life is used by Kittens, and the turn shot goes on to Fallen Warrior. Exhaust is used on the Finny. Funny Man is free hitting this entire time, but now Fallen Warrior is the one who's getting turned back onto, and nothing falls in the bot lane. Everybody's just okay.
Yeah, just going to be quite a bit of trading, but though what I was saying is that the grubs were taken during that. So right now, Monkey's Knights, they just need that one more objective to get the feats. And Small News could be in a bad spot, but could also be in a really good spot.
Small News on the Kittens. Kittens doesn't have flash. The TP is there for Steel Fan. Kitten falls to Funny Man. And now Steel Fan with the assault forces on the back line. He's on the Finny who uses the cleanse and already falls down. Now Ito Jun is CB'd and he's looking to go on to Steel Fan, but he's being CC'd up and CC'd down. Steel Fan is going to still be in the backside, causing a whole lot of damage, but Ito Jun is doing it better. The Drink gets the kill onto the Giraffe Rider, and now Ito Jun and 8,000 are looking to go forward. The Glacial Prison missed once again out of 8,000, and now Steel Fan is looking to go back in onto 8,000, and Ito Jun, they're trying to run for the hills. Funny Man and Small News is still free hitting, and flash away from 8,000, and the play becomes chaotic, but somehow it feels like Monkey's Knights wins that one.
Yeah, it was a 2 for 2, but definitely gonna be good. Well, in fact, that second part of the play was a 2 for 1 in favor of TPO Redemption, I believe. I honestly, oh no, it was a 2 for 2. Sorry, I just forgot when Kittens died. Kittens died so early on, but with that TP play with those kills, no one's really going to be able to get too much out of it. A lot of the cooldowns were used, so it's really going to come down to how many players do they send to the bot side.
But be in trouble now. He gets CC'd up by Fallen Warrior. He still doesn't have flash. Steel Fan is actually too far away to make the play happen, but it looks like we're just going back to where it all started. You can see everybody still running towards this bot side from both teams, but Monkey's Knights are going to try to get this one down before there is a contest out of TPO Redemption. They're going to know it now with Kittens throwing over that Super Mega Fire Kick, and now they're looking to come in. A nice gravity shield there from the side of Draft Rider is able to be picked up, and now the side of Monkey's Knights is going to have to run away from this one. Ito Jun is on the flank. He's trying to look for something. Small News looking to go forward. Solar Flare hits onto Ito Jun, and now they're trying to burn down this Aatrox, and he's going to fall to Giraffe Rider's 8,000 is trying to look to go in. Steel Fan gets pulled back by those chains, but he's still trying to run his way out of this one. Flash away. The ball time is used there out of Finny, but it hits onto absolutely nobody. Monkey's Knights gets the dragon, gets a kill, and gets out.
Yeah, TPO Redemption, they're just really not on the same page right now. I think for a lot of these fights, they're not really committing the way that they want to. I'm guessing that there's a little bit of confusion whether they were going for that play or not, because 8,000 not only stops you take the Raptors, as Fallen Warrior going to take a little bit of poke, but again, not going to be a big deal. Not only did they take the Raptors, they also used Arctic Assault in order to finish off those Raptors, which is very necessary if you want to try and steal that dragon. And for those of you that don't play Sejuani, Arctic Assault is like an 18-second cooldown. Like, that is not something that's going to be back up by the time you reach that Drake. It made that entire play nigh impossible for TPO Redemption. And then because they still went for it, they ended up leaving Erojun out to dry a little bit. There was an attempt at a pincer, but they were just too late to the play. And Monkey's Knights, to give credit to them as well, they were able to quickly pick a side and just win through that to get that extra pick.
Giraffe Rider could actually be in a whole lot of trouble here. He doesn't have flash. In goes 8,000, but he does not even land onto Giraffe Rider, and he's CC'd up by the Gravity Well, and now Fallen Warriors is getting even more CC. Small News jumps in with the Cataclysm, and 8,000 doesn't even attempt to throw the ultimate this time, just goes down the way it was planned by Monkey's Knights.
Yeah, Monkey's Knights really starting to take control of the map. It is going to be first tower going over towards the spot side, so Finny and Kittens, they're going to be pretty well off in terms of gold. But that's going to be, I believe, Feats has already been completed on the side of Monkey's Knights, so they're already going to have that for themselves. And the Herald as well in the top side will be secured by Small News and Fallen Warrior. And actually, no, this will be the Feats.
Yeah,
there
yeah,
it is.
the Rift Herald was it. I was like, they didn't get grubs, and
I always forget who gets grubs. It's so hard without the graphics sometimes.
No, you can see it right there. It's next to the turrets. There's the 2 number and the 1 number, and the top laners are trading, and it doesn't matter because it's Malphite, and he's a big tank ball. But yeah, the TPO side has the 2
That's
number
what
for
that
the
is.
grubs,
Okay,
and the
fair
1
enough.
number. Yeah, that's how you do it. I go, which one has more numbers? That's who got it. But now Erojun is actually going to be the one in trouble. He pops the World Ender. He's knocked up by the Unstoppable Force, and he's going to end up falling down once again, trying to get a lot of healing back, but it's not enough. Small News able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, and another pick off in the top side. And frankly, a big part of that is just going to be from those early dives. SteelFan has the gold, has the items now to just stand there for a while and trade with Erojun. And you mentioned this yourself earlier. The Electrocute as the keystone of choice for Erojun is not very good into the Malphite. This is not going to be a champion that really cares about that. Something like Conqueror would have definitely been a lot better for that 1v1 matchup. Now, if Erojun does want to use that, needs to start grouping up more with the team, but we saw around that dragon fight, it was pretty difficult for them to group together. And right now, especially with what I assume is a little bit of lapse in communication, at least from those previous plays, it could be hard for Erojun to get back into this game.
Yeah, I'm also really confused because a lot of times when I see Electrocute Aatrox, I don't see Black Cleaver first item. I'm seeing like the Voltaic Chainsword, the Spear of Shojin, and like all these items like Eclipse and everything like that. But when I see Black Cleaver, I see either, the Conqueror or the Grasp of the Undying. But Erojun is choosing to go 2 completely different builds this game with the Electrocute and then going for the Black Cleaver as well. It's just not what I was expecting to see in this game at all. And I kind of feel like it makes the Aatrox a whole lot weaker of a champion overall.
No, I agree. I think it will be better for the lane, but again, it's kind of the same story as we were talking about earlier on with SteelFan, not going the Doran's Ring with the Arcane Comet. It is kind of a mix of 2 builds that are both good builds, but when you go in between them, you don't really get full value out of either side of it. So Erojun's not going to have that burst damage in those team fights, and at the same time, not going to be able to trade super
now Fallen
effectively.
Warrior actually could be in a little bit of trouble, but there's no real damage on the side of the TPO team. But Fallen Warrior still elects to flash away from that one.
Yeah, I mean, it could still be dangerous. Finny is
Fallen
here.
Warrior actually could be in trouble now, but they could look to turn back on the 8,000 and Finny, but now Small News is going to get knocked up by the Electric Soul Chain of Corruption. Does not land out of the Funny Man, so now that is a big ultimate down from their 80 carry. You can see Giraffe Rider is now TPing into this play as the reset was taken by the Drink. Could look to make a TP play of his own. He's actually doing so right now, but SteelFan is sitting on a ward, and he does not know yet. No, SteelFan actually could be collapsed on by 8,000, and Needjun gets knocked up by the Electric Soul, but Flag drags out of there, but stunned up in the backside. Is Giraffe Rider going to have to flash away from this one? Actually lives through that one. 2 ultimates are down on the side of TPO Redemption, but now they're looking to continue to go forward. SteelFan is going nowhere, but Small News is going to have to try to escape from this one. SteelFan can look for an angle. He has one if he wants to take that Unstoppable Force in, but Finny's able to get the double up shut down onto Giraffe Rider, and now they're going to have to run for the hills. TPO Redemption gets the collapse to work and is able to pick up a crucial kill and now be able to pick up the dragon.
A little bit interesting to me, but 8,000 never used that Glacial Prison, but it doesn't seem like they really needed it. So now they're going to be able to win the team fight and could even look to go for more. Because like I mentioned earlier, that's their main engage. It's going to be that Glacial Prison. But because the Drink was able to catch someone in that cage, they were able to catch on a Giraffe Rider. That is one of the 2 best targets they could have caught. And that's going to help them out quite a bit.
Kids is actually going to get Zenith Blade. He uses the Q to get the knockup and flashes away from the Cataclysm and is able to escape with his life. Now Finny is trading some damage back onto Small News, but because there is backup, they're just going to clear this wave, and Kittens and Finny going to look to just collect this mid wave once it gets pushed back in.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a flash for effectively nothing, so Giddens was going a little bit too deep trying to get the vision. It's still pretty early into the game, so the death timers just aren't that long. They're going to be back out on the map quickly, and with Funny Man and Fallen Warrior, they never really went down. They never really took that much damage. They more got zoned away than anything else. And that's just going to give them at least that free summoner, but it's not necessarily the biggest deal. It is just that Milio. For most of the time, you don't even want to be in a range of anything. So at the end of the day, not the biggest cooldown to lose, but still unlucky that they were forced out of it. But now,
him landing that Q was so crucial onto Fallen Warriors when he did go in, because then he wasn't able to follow up with the Shield of Daybreak to get the stun where he can't even have the opportunity to flash. So Kittens played it well and did have to flash there, but like you said, he's just going to be fine not playing in range of anybody.
I mean, yeah, 100%. It's definitely better than giving away a kill, especially to the Funny Man, because it is that on-hit build, and judging by the fact that it's the plated steel caps, this is most likely going to be the on-hit tank Varus. So likely we'll start seeing stuff like, I can't remember the name of the item, but Wit's End. I think Wit's End would be a really good item this game. There's a lot of magic damage coming out from both the Drink and 8000. Potentially also going to get the Jack Show later on. And once that happens, this is going to be a very powerful.
Going in onto the Drink, into the Cataclysm he goes. He flashes forward and uses that Primordial Burst to trade 1-for-1. Outplay button out of the Drink, is able to get one with his last dying breath. But now Steelfan is looking for a collapse here. Steelfan is actually going to be going onto him, and then they're going to try to kite this one out. Steelfan's going to have to walk away, but he gets stunned up there by the E from the Sejuani. Flash away from this one. Now Fallen Warrior can actually be the one in trouble. Chain of Corruption lands onto 8000, and there is an angle for this play to continue to be broken out. Steelfan has the side to go with that unstoppable force, getting away. Idoju pops the World Ender, goes into the backside, but he's going to be fine from the side of a Monkey's Knights, just being able to kite this one out. And really, nothing happens. Nobody really wants to get aggressive in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, 8000 still holding on to that Glacial Prison, so again, it's still going to be available. It is a very long cooldown, but it is a very powerful ability that can get thrown out as well. Now, I believe there's not going to be any objectives coming up anytime soon, besides the Otacon, which is currently up. But I don't think either of these two teams really want to start it just like that. They definitely want to have a play set up first, or maybe get a couple picks before starting it. We've seen time and time again in BOL and every other league, across every single division, even in pro play, where teams just get baited into taking the Otacon without that necessary advantage and just end up losing the game from it. So I still would have liked to see 8000 just use that Glacial Prison, just because there was no objectives up for a while. It could have maybe given them that extra little bit they needed to catch on to Steelfan or Fallen Warrior, just whoever, just get that little bit of pressure going.
Yeah, I agree. Like you said, 8000 is just saving this Glacial Prison for next game, maybe even next series. I don't think he realizes this is the final series of the
And it's
season.
fearless.
Yeah, I mean, like, he missed 2. Okay, whatever. Twitch chat, make fun of this man. Boo this man. He missed 2 Sejuani ults. Use more. Like the greatest hockey player ever, Wayne Gretzky. You miss 100% of the shots you never take. And now 8000 is missing all the shots because he isn't taking any of them. And that Sejuani ultimate is so crucial for how TPO wants to play these fights. You get a pick onto one of these people. Funny Man doesn't have cleanse. If you get that ultimate onto him, he does not get to play the game. Victor can't take cleanse because he's got to take TP. So he doesn't get to play the game if he's in the Glacial Prison. But because you don't use it, they just get to play the game however they want.
Exactly, and I'm wondering if it is a little bit of a bout of confidence, just because 8000 has missed 2 in a row, and now wants to make sure that the next one is perfectly set up. It is the perfect engage, but perfect engages rarely happen. It's really rare where you have an opportunity where it's a guaranteed stun, and especially on the Sejuani, you're the one that needs to set up those plays, not follow up.
Yeah, that's why you keep Arctic Soul and then Glacial Prison. But I say that, and now Steelfin is going to actually have to use the ultimate away instead of aggressively in this time. So that is one engage option down for the side of Monkey's Knights. In the meantime, the Drink is split pushing in the top lane, has TP for this fight. We are coin flipping over this dragon as we do in every single game, every single series, as the Drink is now TPing in. Well, Steelfin has to take a recall. He does have a TP if he wants to go back for this one. But now Fallen Warrior is actually the one in trouble. 8,000 is pushing forward onto this one. Still not has used that ultimate at all. Still Malmoose has an angle, but a 3-man Solar Flare is used. Breath of Life is used by kids, flashing away from the Cataclysm is everybody, and the bullets are raining open. Steel finishes the backside, he's on to Finny, but the one who has to run on the other side is Fallen Warrior. In goes Small News on to Finny. Finny is still alive, but he ends up falling on the backside, while Edison picks up Fallen Warrior, and now Small News has to try to get this one away from the Drink. The Drink does so much damage, Funny Man is not really hitting onto anybody. The Glacial Prison misses once again, because he waited so damn long to use it, and now Small News re-engages, and they're looking for this one. Giraffe Rider and Small News gotta get this one away from the Edison to the Drink, and can't. The baby cage is there, and Small News cannot live. It is only Giraffe Rider and Edo June and the rest of the squad win the team fight. They look to go back in onto Giraffe Rider to keep him away from this one, but he is still looking. He is still looking to keep them off of this dragon and keep the hopes going for Monkey's Knights in this game while the resets are taken for TPO Redemption.
Yeah, and they do win the fight overall. I believe it was a 4-for-2 in favor of TPO Redemption, but the HP bars just are not there. They're not going to be able to take the dragon, and like you said, we're probably just going to roll it back and just get right back to it. But things are going to be a little bit different this time because the cooldowns for those ultimates are not equivalent on those two teams. Arctic Prison is Glacial Prison, sorry, is going to be on cooldown for quite a bit more. Bullet time isn't up, will be back up soon. But there is going to be a 20 to 30 second period where Monkey's Knights will have the ultimate advantage. And if they're aware of that, they could definitely go for this play, but it seems that it's going to be the other way around. TPO Redemption, they're first onto the Drake, and it looks like they're just going to be able to take it.
Yeah, now Chains of Corruption lands onto Edo June, but they're in the baby cage, and he does not care. Already falling down is the Funny Man. The bullets open up, but it does not matter. This is going to be Infernal Dragon number 2 to the side of TPO Redemption because they walk in with no vision of Monkey's Knights and get absolutely collapsed on. But now Finny and Edo June are looking to respond to this one. Edo June is taking some damage there from Giraffe Rider. They're looking to go in. The baby cage is used, but it does not land onto anybody. Glacial Prison is available to 8,000. Will he land another one, or will he go 0 for 4? Everything is still up for the side of Monkey's Knights as they are running away from this one. 8,000 is still looking to press in onto this one. The Glacial Prison finally connects, but it's on the small loose, and Steel Fan with a big 3-man knock up in the backside. The Drake lives, he goes into the Zodius, and now Fallen Warrior is still re-engaging, but the Cataclysm comes in, and they pick up the kill. Now Giraffe Rider can open up in the backside. He doesn't have the ultimate down. It is run out of cooldown because it did not pick up a kill. It is 1 for 1 on the backside. Jungler for mid laner, but the HP bars are in favor of Monkey's Knights.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1-for-1, but 8,000 landed a Glacial Prison. And in terms of confidence, this is going to help out quite a bit. Because if you can land one, you can land more. Now, overall, I think the trade definitely was better for Monkey's Knights, but that's a different story. I mean, it was still 1-for-1. It's still not the worst trade, but the Drink does have quite a bit more gold. Definitely wants to be farming more, just getting those stacks at all points of the game. So it's not a huge loss trade, but when you're the team that's ahead, you really should never be taking losing trades. Now, I think a really big issue in terms of that engage, though, was that bullet time was not available. And again, with the first strike, without that press the attack, Finny is slightly weaker in those longer engages without that ultimate. If they don't have the bullet time just on top of everyone, that's a lot of missed damage coming out from that keystone. And looking at the build, it is still going to be that standard Essence Reaver into Bloodthirster into Essence Reaver, and then followed up with Lord Dominic. So the damage is going to be coming out of Finny, even for the auto attacks, but going to be pretty low on attack speed, and is still going to be more ultimate reliant than anything else. And once both of those abilities are up, like they are right now with Glacial Prison and with the bullet time, I think that's where their advantage is really going to be coming in, and I think that's where they can really start looking for an aggressive play.
Yeah, mid lane turret then falls down, but like you said, Finny in extended fights doesn't do a lot of damage. The main sources of damage in those extended fights becomes Edo June and the Drink, and even then the Drink kind of is a one-trick pony. He's got to get a baby cage stun or set up by somebody else on his team to land these abilities or have the enemy team not paying attention. Once that primordial burst is down, there's a lot less damage from this Vigar, where it really becomes the Edo June show in the backside. But I mean, he's been doing good in these team fights, but not as much as you need. Giraffe Rider has been actually starting to step up in these team fights after getting caught out a couple times in the early game. Is starting to get online. He's on 2 big items right now. He's on the Leandries and the Blackfire Torch. I mean, Leandries is a little bit weaker than he used to be. Got nerfed a couple of patches ago, but it's still a good item to be building, especially against Sejuani, who is HP stacking in this game. So it's going to actually do a lot of damage to her in this one. But, I mean, Monkey's Knights in this game looked really far ahead and really clean in the early game. And because of some messy team fights and where they're letting TPO Redemption get back into this game and do what they want, this is the classic Platinum issue where these teams go, hey, we're just going to coin flip over every single dragon and give our enemy a chance back into the game despite them being down like 5k gold. And as I say that, Small News is actually getting caught out here by 8,000 and Kittens, but Fallen Warriors is on the backside if he does want to go in this one. He's slowed up by the bullet time. Sorry, the Make It Rain there from Finney, so not going to go in. But, I mean, Monkey's Knights really shouldn't give in this opportunity where now TPO Redemption has a gold lead in this game. They should have just been hard winning these team fights, setting up for them early and getting these picks instead of waiting the entire time to do anything. And now they're in a position where they have a chance to just lose this game as a whole as the Drink gets a solo kill in the side lane.
Look at that HP bar that's still left for the Drink. Incredibly low, as 8,000 might be looking to pressure, but no, never mind. And yeah, we're going to be able to watch how the play came through, and it looks like...
All right, here we go. Play-by-play, Toki, you got this.
I mean, there's really not too much to play-by-play. I mean, they're going to be throwing down the Gravity Labs. The Baby Cage is going to be coming out. Giraffe Rider, you're not going to be able to find it. Then the Arcane Storm just onto the Drink, but the Drink still going to be grouping up into the front line and just able to get that final ultimate. And the Zanya's preventing the Arcane Storm from taking down the Drink. I mean... that's a pretty good play for the Drink. Definitely an outplay. Just able to land that skill shot with a Q anyway. Then the Unleashed Power is just more than enough. And, I mean, that's going to be pretty big. The Drink still has the TP available. And that's going to be the Otacon for them because they don't want to fight it without Giraffe Rider. But, unfortunately, the Otacon going to cancel the reset.
Yeah, I mean... I think Giraffe Rider probably could have flashed to dodge one of the Qs, which would have given him a chance to live this. Now they're looking onto Jun, immediately flag dry Cataclysm, but Jun can walk away from this one, and Flash is over. I saw it in Twitch chat, and they are right. Small News on this Jarvan is no brain. I EQ Flash immediately every single time, and also use my ultimate for them to just walk out of. But now the Otacon was picked up by the side of TPO Redemption. They're up here on the top side. The Small News takes a lot of damage from that Primordial Burst, but not enough to get him down. Giraffe Rider TPs into the mid lane as they are starting to look to set up around this Dragon. Dragon number 5 in this game. It'll be so important for whoever gets it. But with Small News being so significantly low, he wants to go to these Wolves to heal up as 8,000 is looking for an engage, taking a lot of damage. They have no mid lane turret here on the side of Monkey Knight to fall back to unless they're going all the way to tier 2, but they do not want to give up that much pressure right now as Steelfan takes a lot of poke from the Drink on that Q. 8,000 is still looking to go in here onto Steelfan, and the rest of the team is looking to go in. The Baby Cage does not connect onto anybody. 8,000 is stunned up on Fallen Warriors. Giraffe Rider's getting a lot of damage. A nice use of that W out of the Drink. Small News and Fallen Warriors are super low. Small News is going to try to kite this one out as Jun pops the ultimate, but Steelfan gets to the backside with a 3-man. Breath of Life out of Kittens keeps everybody alive on his team. The bullet time is raining over top. 2 kills to the Drake. Giraffe Rider has to flash away. Funny Man and Steelfan are trying to kite this one out. Very used by Funny Man. Jun is healing up, but now Funny Man gets the shutdown, and Giraffe Rider still running away from 8,000. It's Funny Man is looking to link up with his mid laner to continue pressing on this play. It's Kittens, Finny, and 8,000, and the Drink as well still around, looking for this one, and the side of Monkey's Knights are just not going to be able to contest. That is 3 dragons in a row to the side of TPO Redemption.
Yeah, those are all Infernal Drakes, and it's definitely weaker than it used to be from a couple years ago for anyone who remembers that, where individual dragons had a lot of stats. But, I mean, one thing that I have been noticing just overall in these fights, and people in chat have also brought this up as well, Giraffe Rider has a pretty low damage build overall. And we saw that if instead of the Oblivion Orb, it was something else, just even that needlessly large rod, the Drink would have lost the 1v1 there in the bot lane. And that would have been a completely different fight afterwards. Because now they have the pressure. They're able to take the Otacon themselves instead of giving it up for TPO Redemption. And I don't think they needed that extra anti-heal, to be completely honest. They already have it from Steelfan. They already have it from Fallen Warrior. And the only ones that really benefit from it are Finny, who doesn't really have a choice with a double up. They're going to end up hitting one of the frontliners anyway. And Jun, who, again, he's a frontliner himself. If he's getting onto the back line, you're going to lose anyway. You're not going to be 1v1ing into that Aatrox, so you're just going to be losing out on that team as a Steel
Fan actually lives, and he dies on the backside to the drink somehow as the Solar Flare comes out for Fallen Warriors to cancel the bullet time, but it really does not matter. TPO Redemption have turned this game number 2 on their head, and they're looking to make it a 2-0 series and put Monkey's Knights on match point as they take down the first Baron of the game about 35 minutes in.
But I mean, I gotta say, that was the fastest caster curse I've ever seen in my life. The second you said that Steel Fan lives, that's when the drink manages to get that snipe. Really unlucky, but I mean, they got the Baron, and they're really starting to take over this game. TPO Redemption, this is a squad that no one expected to even be here in the finals. I think a lot of players and broadcasters and everything, they didn't even expect them to be in the semifinals. And right now, they're knocking on the door of Monkey's Knights. They're looking extremely well. Look at that damage just coming in. And that's even more AP. Every time an ability lands, the next one's going to be even stronger. And I think on that next recall, the drink is going to hit that crucial point. And the Funny Man can get one shot even without that ultimate.
Yeah, I kind of want our producer to just click on the drink. I'm really curious how much AP and passive stacks he has at this point.
360.
So, he's at 1,300 AP and 360 stacks. Yeah, Vigard's very close to just one-shotting the entire map. Even Steel Fan, and we saw it before. He literally
Fallen Warrior?
Yeah, Fallen Warrior, actually. Yeah, this is looking bad. Chains of Crusher comes in out of Funny Man. It does not land onto anybody as Eater June is split pushing in the mid lane. The inhibitor turret in the bot lane is going to fall down as the side of TPO Redemption is looking to push it. Steel Fan gets pulled back by those infernal chains as it's looking like TPO Redemption is going to put Monkey's Knights onto match point. And as I say that, they leave the base for top lane.
I think that is an okay call right now, because we still have to remember they have a lot of engage on Monkey's Knights. They have the Unstoppable Force, the Arcane Storm follow-up, Solar Flare, Chain of Corruption is down right now, Cataclysm. So if they step up a little bit too far, they can get blown up, and it doesn't matter how much damage you can deal if you're never able to get it off.
Oh, Fallen Warriors flashes forward. He actually buffers through the cage and lands on 8,000, but it does not matter. The bolt time comes out, and Fallen Warriors instantly deleted off the map from the drink with that primordial burst, and now the side of TPO Redemption can continue to push forward. Kittens isn't even there. They don't even need their support at this point in the game, as the minion wave is now there. Steel Fan does have ultimate if he does want to look for the engage. The wave clear and damage is possible for the side of Monkey's Knights, and realizing that is an option, it looks like TPO Redemption is going to be walking away from this one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised they are walking away. I think if they just waited for the next wave timer, there's a massive wave pushing out through the bot side. Edo June has timing in the mid lane. I'm assuming their whole reasoning for this is they are on item timing, so they want to reset, and Dragon is coming up in 45 seconds. So this is more of a play where they don't want to overforce. They just want to make sure they don't throw away the soul. But having said that, I don't think they needed to wait for it. I think if they had the confidence to just move forward, they still had Glacial Prison. The drink basically doesn't have cooldowns anymore. Like, they had everything they needed. And I was talking about that chain CC that can come out of Monkey's Knights. With Fallen Warrior down, that's a lot of that crowd control that's not going to be there. Unstoppable Force, it's very powerful, but if everyone has Flash, you can just react to it, flash out of it. But Solar Flare can do the same. But when you only have one, you cannot force the flash and then follow through. You can only get that one initial, but it looks like a fight is going to be right now.
Wrapping around. They're looking onto Kittens. The Chain of Corruption lands onto him, and the Breath of Life is having to be used by the melee support. But it's Infernal Soul to the side of TPO Redemption. There is no contest here out of Monkey's Knights, and the drink on this Vigar. 4 Infernal Dragons Vigar. I'm now curious. What is the AP number at now with this Infernal Soul and 4 Infernal Dragons? What is that?
1307, I believe.
Yeah.
A team fight.
Yeah, so Steel Fan is just going to die here, but he actually flashed out of this one, and he goes back in with the Unstoppable Force against onto multiple people. Fallen Warriors finally falls down to the drink, and it does not matter because Edo June is in the backside, causing a hell of a lot of chaos, and Giraffe Rider can't win for this one. I think a Glacial Prison land once again. I think Belly went 3 for 5 on them, but it does not matter if you only cast your ult 5 times if you still win the goddamn game. 2-0 TPO Redemption.
I mean, really well played by them. I mean, that's all I can really say. There was definitely a little bit of miscommunication over at near the start of the game, and they definitely struggled on that second Drake. I think that could have been a really bad spot. And like I mentioned over in the Otter Talk, TPO Redemption has shown their mental is strong. So even if they do make these mistakes, they know how to come back for them. They don't let it get into their heads, because the second you let those mistakes get into your head, that's when the game is over. That's when you already have to go next, and hopefully you're able to come back for the next game. But TPO Redemption, they don't need to wait for the next games. They're going to be ready now. All they need to do is find that one solid play, and they did that repeatedly. They kept playing aggressively. They did not step off the pedal, but it was controlled. And because of that, they're 2-0 against Monkeys Knights, and this is match point already. And I mean, I gotta say, the way they're playing today, I don't know if Monkeys Knights can stop them in game 3 unless they change something drastically. 3-0?
Yeah, I'm sorry. TPO Redemption is just gonna do it. I mean, Monkeys Knights does not look like the same team without Godson. Let us be fully clear here. Godson was this team. He was the 1v9 80 carry, and you can see it here in these games. It just seems like they don't know what they're doing when they don't have that voice, that person to be there for them. And TPO Redemption has come through every adversity so far this season. I've counted them out multiple times, and they know it. And I mean,
count them in until like the far second half of the season.
I didn't even count them in for this match, and then Godson wasn't playing, and I mean, I'll leak what I said in the chat. I said, well, it looks like TPO gets the 3-0 here. Like, congrats to them. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. Monkeys Knights are gonna have to make the reverse sweep possible, starting with our next game, while TPO Redemption looks to get the queen sweep and make their finals happen. Their first one as an organization. Finny getting one that has been looking for so long. We'll see if it's possible in game number 3 as we wait for teams to get ready for the draft. We're gonna take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. and welcome back for what could be the final game of the night. And Togebi, Monkey Knights have chosen to stay on the red side. I'm not allowed to speak on it because I will get banned, but it is a bad decision because it has done absolutely nothing for them this entire series.
So on one hand, it hasn't worked so far, but maybe it's something that they've been practicing. Maybe they specifically wanted that 10th pick available to them. And I mean, they did end up winning topside last game. Granted, it was mostly off of failed dives, but still, gotta give credit where credit's due. And I mean, again, whenever you practice something and you still have the confidence to go for it, even when it's not working, I think that is admirable. And I think a lot of the time that is the best way to go about it. Because just having the mentality that just because it hasn't worked this time, this is still what we're best at. We're going to do what we know instead of trying to pull out some random solo queue-esque strat. And a lot of the time, that's going to fail even harder. Though granted, at the third game, especially with game 1 being kind of one-sided, game 2 was a bit more back and forth until TPO Redemption managed to get that snowball play. As actually a bit of a change in bans is going to be the Tom Kench band away. So
yeah, what does that leave up? I don't remember what they banned last game or game 1, so I don't even know what they're not banning now.
I believe it was the Pantheon.
Oh, it is the Pelly's gonna go Aftershock Pantheon. That's literally what it's gonna go. He played it last week. He's gonna go Aftershock Pantheon. Also, like, why are you banning it out in the first 3 bans of game 1 and game 2 if your opponent has no bans? Why don't you not just play it earlier? But they're gonna play it here. So Pelly on his Pantheon has played it a lot this season and has performed very well on it. And immediately Ezreal Karma for the bot lane of Monkey's Knights, looking for an aggressive 2v2 that has a lot of power, a lot of push potential in this one, and looking to try to win through bot lane in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very mega prio lane. Ezreal Karma, if they're not able to win lane with this, there was nothing they were ever going to win the lane with. I mean, as far as it goes, this is the easiest way to guarantee a 1 lane. But the issue is, depending on what they do decide to go on the side of TPO Redemption, Lucian is available. It is something that is playable, but they're actually going to go the complete opposite direction. Instead of aggro, they're going to go more passive. They're going to accept the fact that they're losing this lane. They're going to try to lose gracefully and let Senna get the stacks. But, and I'm curious if the players know this, Senna's no longer 14%. Soul retention. Senna is now 10%, and this is a farming Senna. I'm favoring Monkey's Knights for this draft.
Yeah, Senna got nerfed
like
today.
Like, doesn't matter. Monkey's Knights won the draft.
Senna got nerfed today, guys. It's back to fasting Senna because she does not get as many souls as she used to, and now you're picking Senna Nami. What is this duo? What do? They sit there, they heal a lot, but they're gonna have no push power into Ezreal Karma. Now Monkey's Knights picks up a Mundo, could be top lane, could be jungle, not sure where that's going to go yet, but we're still waiting on a mid lane pick for both teams and potentially a top lane pick for both teams here.
Yeah, but going on more about that bot side, sorry, I have to get this out there because it's just really going to bother me if I don't. It's okay. It's still better than it was because before it used to be, I believe, 8% soul retention. Now it's 10% upon killing a minion. But that could have been fine if it was the lane where the Senna could fight. But Senna cannot approach Ezreal, cannot approach the Karma. She's going to be getting zoned the entire laning phase. So that's going to be a lot of stacks missed because of that. They're going to be getting zoned. And so that 4% less is going to make a huge, huge difference in this bottom lane. And now, as for this Mundo pick, I think that is a pretty interesting pick. I don't know where it's going to go. Typically, I have said that Mundo jungle is a little bit worse just because it lacks prio, but when you have Ezreal Karma into Senna Nami, you're going to be fine with prio. You don't need it to come out of the jungle. You're just going to be able to kind of be a full clear farm bot and then scale up into the late game. Not too different from something like maybe the Karthus or Diana, something that just sits in the jungle and then just farms up and then shows up late game and then is just a dominant force. I think that could be an option. Top lane is good as well, and if the top laner for TPO Redemption, if Adojun doesn't play any of those hard carries, such as the Gwen, the Fiora, the Camille, it could be okay there as well. But unfortunately, they do play the Gwen. So now I do hope this is a jungle Mundo, but even if not, Mundo's still going to scale hard into the late game. It's just going to take a lot longer to get there.
Yeah, and I mean, Steelfan's champion pool isn't really something that can counter a Gwen. He is much more of a tank player, can play the Urgot. We saw him play Larry game 1, can play Yorick, but there's nothing that beats the Gwen. It's more just trying to absorb pressure and be a rock in the top lane. We saw that literally in game 2. He was Malphite. He's a literal rock, but also outplaying the 2 dives, you could say, being able to go 1 for 1 on the first one, 2 for all on the second one. It's a lot harder into the Gwen if you don't have a matchup that you can win on, because she can just absolutely take over a game, especially if she's going to be the main carry with this Pantheon this game, because you have Galio who's supportive, Nami who's supportive, Senna who's supportive. It is on your Pantheon and it is on your Gwen to carry this game, while Monkey's Knights, you have an Ezreal, you have a Mel, you have potentially this Urgot. If Mundo gets far enough ahead, he can be a menace against this team that TPO has drafted. And I mean, this is what Monkey's Knights is going for. This is what they think will get them to begin this reverse sweep. It's going to be a tough one, but I know you already said it, Toki B. They favored Monkey's Knights draft just off of the first 2 picks and the first 3 picks off of TPO side, but we got full 5 on the screen, full 5 for each team. Which draft are you still favoring here?
To be completely honest, I think those last 3 picks made it even worse for TPO Redemption. Like, if I can be completely honest there, they mega lost draft. Like,
yeah, Gwen got nerfed today, guys. Read the patch.
Well, I mean, yeah, she did. I don't think it's gonna matter. She lost magic resist and cooldown on the W, which I guess the cooldown, it is 2 seconds longer now, is going to benefit the Urgot. But I mean, Urgot's gonna do fine into Gwen, but Senna's not gonna deal damage, especially with that loss of souls. Gwen's gonna deal some damage, but it's a ranged into melee matchup, and it isn't a tank range either. So like, Urgot's gonna be fine. Urgot's gonna be dealing damage into Gwen, and then they don't have damage from mid lane. It's really just the Pantheon that's gonna be dealing any damage at all before 30 minutes. So we're either gonna see the absolute best solo carry attempt out of TPO Redemption, unless they're just able to outplay them in lanes. I think that's really what's gonna happen. But in terms of just raw drafts, I mean, Monkey's Knights, they should have this in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, this has to be the draft they win with. They have so much prio in multiple lanes. They have a very cohesive comp. You can say the only thing they're lacking is engage, but they have good counter engage with the comp and good chase down with Mundo, Cleavers, and Karma's.
No, they have poke. They don't even need to engage this time.
Exactly. So, I mean, I have to put faith that we're going to get not a 3-0 series here tonight. I'm hoping we get more than 3 games, but we're going to have to wait and see if Monkey's Knights can begin that reverse sweep, or if TPO is going to shut the doors on them and win the finals 3-0. We're going to head to a quick break as we wait for teams to finish the in-client draft and for spectator delay. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of moments.
Those cravers backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah. 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah!
And welcome back for game number 3 between TPO Redemption and Monkeys Knights. TPO gonna look to make it a clean 3-0 victory, while Monkeys Knights begins to look for that reverse sweep. And like I said, in Champ Select, it is the Aftershock Pantheon.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a very interesting choice to say the least, but I mean, you said it's something they play, it's something they like. It does give quite a bit of tankiness, but I think when you're into Ezreal Karma, you want that burst instead. But who knows? I mean, it's good to play Comfort at the very least. What I currently find more interesting, though, is the Ignite TP on Adojun into a ranged matchup. I think it's going to be a lot harder to get those kills, but maybe the idea is to try and invade onto small news with 8,000. I think they definitely would win the 2v2, and I'm guessing that might be the angle they're going to be trying to play from.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, you said it when we were loading in that if it was Grasp Senna, you were going to lose your mind. Hey, be happy. It's Fleet Footwork. It's still farming Senna, but it's not Grasp farming Senna.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who also haven't read the patch notes, yeah, Grasp also got nerfed on range champions, going from 60% damage to 40%. It's a significant nerf. It's a lot weaker on range champions now. And the idea is that they don't want anyone benefiting from it. But, I mean, right now, Finny and Kittens, they're still able to play aggressive. That's already going to be a couple souls going for Finny. And once Finny does get to the 40 or 60 soul mark, should be in an okay spot. And then, obviously, if they're able to continue stacking up, will be really strong into the late game, especially with the lack of engage. It's going to take a long time for them to get onto this Senna. But, I mean, looking at the start right now, I expect the only real lane where there's going to be a lot of consistent pressure is going to be in that mid lane. Giraffe Rider, again, with that range melee matchup, should do quite well into the Galio. And then also in the top side, Steelfan should get an early advantage, though I believe later on, Adojun should be able to farm it up.
Yeah, and I mean, I just noticed that the drink has gone for the Aftershock on the Galio and not the phase rush that we see a lot of the times in these melee Galio matchups into a ranged AP threat. You normally go to the phase rush just for the trading pattern. When you go in with the E, you get the shield taunt, you get an auto attack, and just phase rush yourself out of there. But going for the more tankier option, as you see Steelfan take a tower shot up in the top lane. But like you said, the Urgot's going to have the push power in the early game, have the advantage in the early levels. Gwen kind of needs a couple levels in all her abilities to really become a threat in this lane. So just going to be taking the brunt of the aggression out of Steelfan here, as it's kind of the same thing in the bot lane and in the mid lane as well. It should be advantages all over for Monkeys Knights, while the side of TPO Redemption kind of just has to stand their ground in the early game and scale their way up through the early levels. As Finny actually takes a lot of damage, but does a good chunk back to the Funny Man at the same time, while Fallen Warriors is trading with Kittens instead of trying to trade onto the same target as his AD carry.
Yeah, but they are resetting Funny Man and Phonics Warrior. They do have that Tear of the Goddess timing, so they want to try and reset. And I think that could be pretty good for them, but it also will lower the pressure that Finny and Kittens are feeling as a fight.
Oh, hold on. Now, Swan is actually taunted up as 8,000 was there. Now, Giraffe Rat is actually going to be the one in trouble as the Drink is looking to continue this one with the help of his Aftershock Pantheon. Jungle still flash available, is not going to look for that shield wall, but now he actually goes in for it. The rebuttal is used by Giraffe Rider, but it does not matter because there was no damage in return. Now, 8,000 actually gets super low. Giraffe Rider is going to be okay in this lane. Going to still look to reset and TP back for this one. A Steelfan could actually look for a kill threat here on the Adojun. He has flash. He has flip. There is no flash on Adojun if he wants to look for this. Adojun is trying to play this out the best as possible. Steelfan is looking for the angle to do this exact play, but we're going to pan away as we look down to the bot lane, and nothing in the bot lane. It's just a wave push. Welcome to the boring. Oh, there's the flash! E, like I said, and Steelfan is going to try to chase this one down as Adojun is looking to run away. He used that miss to dodge everything, and now he's actually playing with the Alco vision. There's no ward here for Steelfan. He does not know where Adojun is until the minions finally show their face. He's actually going to dodge away from the Q, and now Steelfan is not going to be able to get on top of Adojun. Adojun is actually going to be able to escape, outplaying Steelfan with the vision of the alcove.
Yeah, I mean, really fancy feed coming out from Adojun, and for a moment, even looked like he was considering to go aggressive. And I think it does make sense. Steelfan pretty low on mana, but Adojun, you walked up there. We'll be able to get away safely once again, but I mean, you have TP just reset. It's okay if you miss a couple minions. I mean, you're going to be missing a bunch anyway in this matchup. But anyway, going back to the play over in the mid lane, though. 8,000 able to get the first blood for himself, and I was saying this earlier. Pantheon needs to get ahead. Pantheon needs to be strong this game, especially early on. So getting that first blood is going to help a lot. It will be traded for the dragon, but it looks like they're going to get a second kill over on the top side, looking towards Steelfan.
Yeah, I think Steelfan is going to be okay here. He's just going to take a lot of damage from 8,000 and then be able to take a reset here. Still has TP of his own. Idojun TP to the top lane. 8,000 went in a little bit early, not wanting Steelfan to get that recall off, wanted to make the gank happen. But because Idojun wasn't there with the follow-up damage, Steelfan was able to get away even without not having that flash available to him. As Giraffe Rider and the Drink are trading in the mid lane, and Small Moose is here looking for a play. Is pop the Ghost, and they're looking to go in. The Drink still has a flash of his own if he wants to use it, and he does elect to do so. And now the Hero's Entrance is actually being used in the top side. They could look to go for a dive if they wanted to. There is no minion wave though, so the Drink just using the ult to keep himself alive. Is now 8,000 and Idojun are still hunting around in the area, but they're not going to go for it as you see 8,000 walking down to his own topside jungle.
Yeah, but I mean, looking over at the CS numbers, considering the lane advantages that I thought that Monkey's Knights would have, the CS discrepancy isn't that big. Finney's only down about 7 with 3 minions about to crash as Idojun.
Yeah, hold on. I didn't realize this. He is able to just solo kill Small News with the use of the Needlework and the Ignite. Now, Fallen Warriors actually almost got rooted up there. Funny Man has no mana, so they're going to have to play away from this one. But now that there's no ultimate and no Ignite on Idojun, Steelfan could be the one to start looking aggressive in this lane. But Small News not respecting the damage that can come out of the level 6 Gwen and just gets absolutely deleted off of the map there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very big kill to get for Idojun. Because, again, this is a range versus melee matchup in the top side. And Gwen is one of those champions that needs a couple items before she's really able to be online. And just kind of getting a freebie there is going to help out quite a bit. It's going to be that extra gold. It's going to be that extra little bit of scaling earlier on. And unfortunately for Steelfan, really not much Steelfan can do about that. I was nowhere near the position in order to be able to help. And that's just going to be also putting Steelfan further, or sorry, Small News further and further behind.
Actually, Small News is now looking for a play in the bot lane, but his bot lane is low on health. He's looking to go in. Finney is looking to trade damage on him, and now he's looking to turn his focus on to Kin too. Kin still has flash and heal if he wants to so use so. But the Grand Skyfall is used by 8,000. Finney picks up the first kill onto the Fallen Warrior, and then the next one is picked up by 8,000 on to the Funny Man. Small News gets one kill back for himself, but is being chased down by Finney. 8,000. Finney flashes forward. He gets the route down the where I go, where I please. Passive is not available. And Finney picks up another kill for himself. Everything is coming up TPO in this game number 3. As now, flash away in the mid lane from Giraffe Rider. The Drake almost getting a solo bolo for himself in this matchup.
I mean, the fact that TPO Redemption already almost have a 2k gold lead, 1.5k without exaggerating. With these lanes, that's insane. They should not have any kind of lead at all. They should be behind. If they were behind by 1k, I would say that's even fine. They're not in that bad a spot. As a True Shot Barrage is flying in, I don't think it has the damage to take down Idojun. Not going to land anyway, but I mean, they're in a really good spot right now. If they're able to continue with this pressure.
Needlework is being used. All of them hit onto Steelfan. He has no flash. Shield of Durant Taunt is coming through its hit. He uses the disdain, but he's not able to get it. Justice Punch in, knocks up Steelfan, and now the ultimate from Finney is there. It does not even get an assist. Idojun snips him down, and another kill to this Gwen. It looks like TPO is saying goodbye, Monkey's Knights. The championship is ours.
I mean, this is insane. Yeah, they're already 6-1 with the scoreline. They're even going to be able to get the grubs for themselves. Idojun going to be able to get the push and maybe even a plate or... I was going to say a plate or two. Just one plate, I think, at most. But, I mean, that's already massive. And Ignite's going to be coming back, so Idojun could even maybe look for some kind of solo play later on, depending on the items that they're able to get on this back. And now Finney, not behind in CS at all, already getting some stacks. Has the blue buff as well, which is basically going to keep that HP bar up, and everything's coming up TPO Redemption. I don't want to cast or curse them or anything, but things are looking really good for them. And 29 souls in the lane phase into an Ezreal Karma, that is a lot, especially with these Senna nerfs.
Yeah, and actually Fallen Warrior's taking a whole lot of damage there, and so is Funny Man as well. Looks like this side of TPO Redemption is actually winning this 2v2. The side of Ezreal Karma really can't do anything right now. Fallen Warrior is level 5, Kittens is level 6. The Ebb and Flow is used on the Fallen Warrior, doing a whole lot of damage to him. Now they're just clearing up vision to get ready for this dragon. This first pick, Ezreal Karma, like 1-2, has not been working the way Monkey's Knights needs it to. And, I mean, Monkey's Knights again. They went red side. Hold on, I'm going to hold that thought. And as now they're looking on the Kittens, Small News is here. E forward out of the Funny Man, able to get the first kill on the Kittens and Small News. As now they can look to go for the Dragon. They're able to make one play work for them, and there's nothing that happens in return as of now. So let's see how it happens. Fallen Warrior just walks forward, gets the route onto the Nami. There's no outplay there. No summoner spells are available. So easy pickings for the side of Monkey's Knights. But I mean, like, they need more to start going their way in this game. There can be a play here out of 8,000 and out of the drink. They have the combo. They have the Grand Starfall and the Hero's Entrance if they so do want to use it. But now Edojun is 1v1ing against Steelfan up in the top lane as the drink is TPing up there. And now Steelfan can be the one in trouble. He does not have a flash of his own. The drink's flash just comes up. He gets the shields of the Ranton. Just as punch isn't even needed because the Winds of War is able to pick that up. The dragon is stolen on the bot side by 8,000 and he falls down for that one. So let's go back to this one. Blast going over the wall. Small News immediately turns his focus onto the enemy Pantheon. He shield breaks in, gets the Q down, and the bonus auto attacks and is able to just smite it away. The focus from the side of Monkey's Knights was not there on that one.
I mean, that does give the shutdown over to the Funny Man, but I think you take that. Whenever you're able to get any kind of delay on that dragon stacking early on, because their comp late game will be doing damage. It will be strong later on. And Senna does have souls now, already has the static shiv. I mean, TPO Redemption, they're in a very good spot after that. And 8,000 able to get that dragon for them as well. And now they could potentially start looking towards stacking it up. And the drink just able to get another kill on the top side at the same time. I mean, I've already said this, but everything is coming up TPO Redemption. Right now, I think if they're just able to keep this pace, they don't need to push the pace either. Because eventually this Senna is just going to be nigh untouchable.
Oh no, not Giraffe Rider gets jumped on by 8,000, but gets a nice two-man route there and is able to get his way away from that one just barely, as there was a lot of damage on the side of TPO Redemption. But now, I was going to say the Void Grubs are there, but I just realized TPO Redemption has already picked up all three of those for themselves, so my bad. So yeah, just farm and go.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to farm up, and now there's a CS lead for Edojun in the top side. Definitely a bit of a CS deficit over in the mid lane, about 40, but looking over the gold, I mean, the drink isn't back behind in gold, and I think that's because of the kills that they managed to get while roaming up to the top side, and they did have quite a few roams this game. And then ADC, Finny is up 200 gold. 8,000's actually down, surprisingly. And I'm guessing there was a shutdown at one point towards Small News. I think that's the only thing that would account for that, because the CS difference isn't that high right now. But, I mean, either way, like, everyone on their team, on the side of TPO Redemption, they're doing great right now.
Yeah, and it's just going to start becoming really hard. True Shot Barrage is usually on to Finny, takes a lot of damage, but a nice ebb and flow by Kittens. And now the side of Monkey's Knights is looking to go in on this one. But even with them, like, starting to make these comebacks, only down about 1,000 gold right now, Senna is still scaling, Gwen is still scaling, Galio is still scaling. This game just starts becoming harder and harder for the side of Monkey's Knights in this one, because eventually, yeah, taunted up in the mid lane is Giraffe Rider, because the rebuttal does not block that, it just blocks the damage that does come through, but the drink winning that trade. But like I was saying, it's like so hard for the side of Monkey's Knights to outscale in this game, because Gwen gets super far ahead, like super scales really well against the 1v1 against the Urgot. Eventually, Galio is going to be able to do whatever he wants in the side lane against the Smell. Senna scales quote-unquote infinitely. Obviously, everybody knows, like, there are certain breakpoints that are better, as now there's going to be a play up in the top side. Small is looking at the Edojun. He hits the first cleaver. He's looking to go in on this one and get a little bit more for himself. Hits the second cleaver, but the Hero's Entrance is used by the drink, but it does not matter, because Small News picks up the shutdown, is able to walk his way out of this one. Mundo does, in fact, go where he pleases.
Yep, and
now the drink is actually going forward on the Steel Fan. Shield of Ranton is there. Winds of War is also used. Steel Fan going to try to run away from this one. He's kiting it out so well, and now his Jungler is back in. Here's the first cleaver. The ult is used by Finny to same way Steel Fan once again. It's a repeat of game number 1 as the drink goes back in with the Justice Punch, but he's trying to get this one. Shield of Ranton is there, and Small News is going to continue to look for this one. Popped an ultimate of his own, but does not want to dive the turret. Finny saving the play, sniping the enemy top laner once again.
Yeah, and I mean, I still have to give credit, and that because it is going to be one scary thought.
Oh
is
no,
that thought.
now the bot lane is in a whole lot of trouble. Tidal Wave is used there. Does not land up onto anybody, but Finny is trading back and rather effectively onto the side. Funny Man is not really landing any of these abilities at this point, but Giraffe Rider had to use a flash to be able to escape there, while nobody on the side of TPO Redemption had to use a summoner spell.
Yep, and going back to my original thought there, one thing that Monkey's Knights do have is this Mundo. If this Mundo scales, it's really just Edojun that's going to be able to deal with it. Everyone else is really, really bad at taking down a stacked up Mundo. So as long as they keep Edojun in a side lane and let Small News group up with the rest, it could be a pretty good spot.
Small News is in the top lane. He's ghosting in, but it doesn't matter because Steel Fan gets the solo kill with the Fear Beyond Death. The tower dive is looking to come through as 8,000 going in. Flashes forward, gets the shield ball on the Fallen Warrior. Fallen Warrior flashes away as the Funny Man is trying to turn the damage back, but he isn't landing any of these abilities. Why pick Ezreal if he can't land skill shots? He does no damage that way. So 8,000 able to get out of that one.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be able to get out. They got the first turret for themselves as well. Again, just really well played on the side of TPO Redemption. Now, Rift Herald is going to go down to Small News on the top side as they are getting some victories on this map now. The gold lead hasn't changed. It's still about 1K. So despite everything we've been saying, Monkey's Knights, they haven't fallen further behind. They're actually doing quite well to continue scaling up themselves. And their scaling isn't the worst either. Ezreal's going to be quite strong. Not going to be able to deal too much damage into the Galio, but everyone else is pretty fair game. There's now another fight breaking out.
For this one, Small News is still looking to go in as 8,000 charms up onto. Oh, and it doesn't matter. A nice 3-man chain of the Rand taunt there out of drink. Now Small News is going to try to kite this one out. The tidal wave does not land up onto anybody. Fallen Warriors falls down. The Chemtech Dragon is on the rift. Will be our soul for this game number 3 as it is now started up on the side of TPO Redemption. Finny is using the static shift advantage to start getting the push in the mid lane as it looks like Monkey's Knights doesn't want to fully concede on this one yet. But with Small News walking up to his wolves, it is going to be going over to the side of TPO.
Yeah, going to be a second dragon going towards them. And this is going to be the Chemtech Dragon with a potential Chemtech Soul. Now, Chemtech Soul is really, really good on a lot of the members of this game. I mean, Pantheon does really well with it. Galio does really well with it. Gwen does really well with it. But on the opposite end of that, on the side of Monkey's Knights, Mundo may be the single best user of it. Besides maybe someone like Trendemir, for example. So this is going to be a pretty big dragon as Needlework coming through.
Oh no, Steel Fan is still looking to go for this one. He gets the Fear Beyond Death again and pulls Edojun into his death, but the Grand Starfall was there for 8,000. Gonna try to pick up this kill on Steel Fan. Steel Fan dodging all of this, and now Kitten is up here in the top lane. Small News going for the wrong target. He's going on to the support instead of helping his top laner, and now the Fallen Warriors is here. Kitten is gonna take some damage there, but in the mid lane, Finny gets a solo kill because the Funny Man DC'd.
Hopefully that's what it was. I mean, I assume that's what it was because Finny is still full HP, so I doubt it was just kind of running it down. But yeah, really unfortunate timing for the Funny Man. Really unfortunate in general for Monkey's Knights. But I mean, at the very least, we are seeing that Steelfan is doing quite well in the top side there. Is able to kind of win out on those solo plays. Yeah, I'm guessing the Funny Man DC'd. Looking at the way that this Ezra has been walking forward, I mean, just immediately walking into that lane should not be.
Not the slow pan in on him. Don't do him like this, Shimon.
So they're already down to 0.
They're already dead. They're already dead. Oh no.
Oh no, but they were clicking back and forth. So I'm wondering if they were
I think he realized once he got hit by the turret that he had like slightly DC'd and reconnected at that point, but it did not matter. Not able to escape from that one.
Yeah, potentially, but there is also the possibility that they were just watching the fight on the top side. But nope, that was a disconnect. Okay, so that was slander, but we're gonna take that back, and then it's okay.
All right, and I think we're back now.
Yeah, we
hopefully we're fully back. Hopefully Funny Man does not DC again. Hopefully we're able to sit here with this lovely Riot Games spectator bug that will probably never be fixed.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be fixed the same patch as the client. I that's my prediction. But I mean, right now, just to take the state of the game, 4-0-2 on Finny. Getting close to that second item, looking for that Black Cleaver second. That's going to be pretty strong, if I do say so myself. And then the rest of these players, I mean, a lot of the items are starting to come in. 8,000 is around an item and a half in, item and a half on Adojun. So they will have a pretty solid timing, assuming they're able to keep up this pace for this next dragon fight. And once they do have that 2-item breakpoint, they're going to be really, really strong. That's going to be a lot of their big item timings. Gwen typically comes online at 2 items. Senna is one of those AD carries. A lot of AD carries come online at 3, but once you have the static Shiv and the Black Cleaver, that's really all you need. And it's also going to enable 8,000 to deal a lot more damage. I thought it might have been engaging there, but wisely backs away.
Yeah, continue your thought, Toki. Sorry.
Yeah, just gonna finish off that item thing. So if they're able to continue just shoving these waves back and forth, get their second items, and then fight for the dragon, it's really gonna put a lot of pressure onto Monkey's Knights, because at that point they have to fight every single dragon fight afterwards.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw the drink have to Justice Punch away there. He was rooted up by Giraffe Riders. Now, the dragon or the Otacon, I believe Otacon should be the next focus here, as 8,000 gets rooted up by Giraffe Rider as well, but he's just looking to counter invade right now. And I say the Otacon should be the next focus. It doesn't spawn for another 2 minutes. Smite away there from, I think, 8,000 smited that one. I'm not quite certain who was able to get that Gromp fight win there. But Otacon in the next minute will be spawning onto the Rift, will be the next focus for both these teams. That's why we see them indexing so heavily to the bottom side of the map here. But like you said, once Gwen gets to 2 items, she will be the only person who can be able to handle this Mundo in a full teamfight situation, unless he is permanently CC'd up once you do get to pop that passive. But if you don't, Small News can actually run over an entire fight if Idojun is not there. Now 8,000 is actually going to not get rooted up. Fallen Warriors doesn't stay close enough to him. But now Giraffe Rider is actually going to be the one to focus on. He gets Justice pumped up, and now he's forced, stunned up by the shields of Duran. Flash forward out of 8,000, immediately gets the shield wall onto him, and they're able to pick up the enemy mid laner about 4 seconds before Aldecon spawns onto the map.
Yeah, that could be their next play, but it looks like they're going to be aiming towards mid lane instead. Kittens and Finny, they're winning on these trades for the most part. Obviously, that one wasn't a winning trade, but the Ebb and Flow just going to be able to put Kittens back up to full HP, but Fallen Warriors not going to be able to heal at all. And they chose not to go for the Otacon, and frankly, I don't think they should. I think unless they get at least a 2-for-0 and a pretty free 2-for-0 as Fallen Warrior.
Yeah, Fallen Warriors just instantly deleted here, just CC'd up and CC'd down. The drink able to pick up another kill there, and it's looking rough. It's my biggest issue that I saw coming through with the Monkey's Knights draft is, one, who engages for them? And the answer is nobody. There's no real engage. They have to absorb so much to be able to get these engages, unless it's Small News hitting every cleaver and just running everybody down. But he hasn't been there all game around his team. He's been mostly up towards the top lane and a couple times towards the bot lane, but overall, he's just been farming. So there's no real way for Monkey's Knights to win these fights or start these fights. And also, with both the Funny Man and Fallen Warriors landing 0 of their poke, they can't even do anything in this game.
Yeah, I mean, with that matchup, you definitely want to win in the lane phase. You want to get your Ezreal ahead. You want your Karma to just be absolutely just overpowering. You don't want to let Finny and Kittens do anything. But that didn't happen. And because that didn't happen, Senna does scale really well into Ezreal. Because with that extra range, it makes it a lot harder to land those skill shots. And even when they do, Kittens can kind of heal it back up a little bit. And I think that's kind of where the difficulty does come through as a team fight.
Hold on now. 8,000 goes in on the Small News, but he's able to re-pick up that passive, and the ultimate is there for the side of the drink. Funny Man is ease away from this one as they're turning back on to Small News. Small News is actually taking a whole lot of damage. You're going to try to kite this one away. The drink is over the wall with the blast code. TP is being used here by Idojun, and Small News uses the ghost and keeps running away with the help of that ultimate. Gets back up to almost full health. Steel Fan is here in the mid lane, pushing this one down. As now there's a route onto the enemy side of 8,000. The rest of the side of Monkeys is going to have to flash away, but it does not matter because Fallen Warrior is going to end up going down anyway. Idojun is still looking to press forward with the rest of the team. A nice bubble there out of cans. Hands on the Giraffe Rider. Freddy gets a big ultimate over top. The Drake picks up one. Nice use of the tidal wave over top of multiple. Idojun picks up another kill. Sorry, that was not Idojun. That is a triple kill for 8,000. And it's only Funny Man left on the wrist. And Finny is looking to go for this one. Actually gets the root. The nice use of the EOA. The Q charge up is there, but it does not get the kill. And Funny Man shuts down the Pantheon.
Yeah, the barrier coming in clutch and the tower coming in even clutcher, but even with that, that's a 4-for-1 in favor of TPO Redemption. Now, they do lose their smite, so they may not go back to the dragon. They may elect to wait for 8,000. However, it looks like Kitten's already making the call, just gonna be getting started right on that. They are going to be a little bit low DPS for this, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to walk in and steal this. True Shot Barrage has already been thrown by the Funny Man just to clear away the mid lane. So that's going to be the third Drake going over to TPO Redemption. And just, again, winning 4-1 with this team comp that is going to keep scaling. That's only going to get stronger. It's such a terrifying prospect. And the Otacon is up. If they're able to get another team fight like that, that's definitely going to be the next on the menu. And they're just going to continue getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not even going for the Otacon at this point because it is such a coin flip that if they lose that fight, it could mean so much momentum for the side of Monkeys Knights. So don't even want to risk that and just going to be taking what is easier to take, which was the Dragon, was the mid lane play, the mid lane turret, and they're going to continue to look for plays like this before the Baron spawns in a minute, be able to take that one and probably just end this one in 3-0 fashion. It's starting to look like Monkeys Knights is not able to come back in this game number 3. It is looking so difficult for them to pilot this comp and get the team fights that they're exactly looking for because the side of TPO has just been better throughout this entire series and throughout this entire game as well, especially in the early game on such a hard scaling comp that they do have. Winning the early game with this comp is the worst thing for the side of Monkey Knights.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's been a great storyline, but Needlework coming in.
Yeah, and now the side of Fallen Warrior and the rest of the team is going to be in a whole lot of trouble. Fallen Warrior actually led us through all of the needlework, but now a nice sustain back onto 8,000. 8,000 is actually getting really low here. The Golden Eclipse is used, but it does not pick up the kill. But the Fury on Death is there, and the Flash Wave from Finny is going to have to get away from this one. The Drink is looking to go in the back line with the Justice Punch, but the rest of the team is not able to follow it up. Shield of Ranton is only on the Small News. Small News gets knocked up and sort of Steel Fair from the title wave, and Edo June slips them down. But now the Drake is in the backside. The Stain used again from Steel Fair, and that is the double kill for Edo June. Edo June is looking to press far forward as Finny picks up the kill on the Fallen Warrior, and now the Funny Man is trying to trade back on the Finny, but it does not matter because Finny is able to pick up that one. Edo picks up a triple kill for himself, and they have a wave in the mid one if they want to end the game right now. This should be TPO Redemption starting to put the final nails in the coffin and claim 3-0 on the BOL Platinum Finals.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're going to be able to end the game here. They don't really have the players for that or the champions to do that quickly. But, I mean, again, just another super one-sided team fight. And they were really disconnected on that. That was TPO Redemption, just not on the same page. The Drink only showed up a little bit later. 8,000 was taken down incredibly early. But that still ended up being a 5-for-2 because the damage from Edo June, the damage from Finny, those two super scalers, those two hyperscalers, they're not just online, they're incredibly ahead. Finny's just so safe now. 89 stacks, by the way, on that Senna at 25 minutes. That's an incredible long-range Senna. And that was the main worry with this nerf, that the stacks just wouldn't be there. But, I mean, they clearly are. So this Senna is no longer any weaker than it was in the previous patch. This is just going to be a full dominating Senna. And, again, at the same time, we saw the damage Edo June did. Just exclusively with the needlework, almost entirely takes down Fallen Warrior. Completely made this Karma have to leave the fight. And then, on top of that, was able to just get back in, chase down Giraffe Rider, just so much plays coming in on all sides, on all fronts for TPO Redemption, but Kitten's actually getting low there.
Yeah, Kittens has to use the heal. Finny loses about a quarter of his HP bar from the True Shot Barrage as 8,000 was trying to get a little bit aggressive in the enemy jungle, but it's not going to go through. Finny is able to heal up a little bit more with the use of that Q, getting through on the auto attack. So, I mean, there's still a way that Knights can come back in this game, right? It's not completely doom and gloom here for them. They have a chance to win, and it is getting picks onto key members. Edo June going to be able to slice his way away and not get hit by that Q from Small News, but there is a way for Monkeys Knights, and it's to play the poke game before an objective. You got to be getting a lot of crucial poke down before a fight is started by the side of TPO Redemption, and that is your way back into this one, or looking for plays like this. But now Small News is actually going to be the one in trouble. He just takes absolutely so much damage. There is no outplaying this one. Edo June is going to be able to pick up that one. He still has the needleworks left. Hits a big one onto Giraffe Rider. Giraffe Rider is going to fall, and now Steel Fan is in the backside using the stand on 8,000, but the Hero's Entrance is there, and it's a triple kill for Edo June as he's looking to run it down in the mid lane. Takes a lot of damage there from the Funny Man, and oh, there goes the ultimate out of the 8,000. Funny Man flashed away, used the barrier, and it does not matter because 8,000 is already on top of him. He used the arcane flux away to get away, but the drink is in the backside, taunts up the enemy support of Fallen Warriors. The Comet Spear does not hit onto the Funny Man, and the only one alive is this Ezreal, and it does not matter. True Shot barrage through multiple people, but with the Nami and the Senna, they can heal up. They can end the game here, but they're gonna go to Baron. We're coin flipping this game because that is what we do.
I think the game is earlier than it actually is because they definitely cannot take the Baron right now, but that should have been an absolutely free inhibitor. They'd lose nothing for going for it. That's the only part of that play that's a little bit confusing to me, but they're winning so hard in these fights. I mean, I'm basically repeating myself over and over. So instead what I'm going to talk about is kind of what you said, how Monkey's Knights can get into the game. Right now, the biggest problem, it's not Finny, it's not 8,000, it's not the drink. It is Adojun. Adojun starting out those fights. Every single team fight out of those last 3, those big team fight victories, was started by the needlework from Adojun. And then we talked about it before. It's also the only thing that can take down Small News. So if they're able to get a pick off on this Gwen and then team fight after that, that's their way back into the game. But now the issue is Adojun has had not just a fantastic season, not just a fantastic game, but a fantastic season. Sorry, that's what I meant to say to begin with. But he's been playing out of his mind. He's definitely been one of the main members on the side of TPO Redemption, has been one of those hard carries that they kind of look to in those closer games.
Bowser is actually going in on the steal Small News here. Small News is going to be able to get away with the use of that ultimate, but TP is also being used here by Adojun the Drink. What is the one of TP? Not Adojun, my bad. I was very confused about that one. Had to use the taunt, didn't get onto anybody because nobody was there when he TP'd in. Small News able to get away from this one. Funny Man actually gets engaged on by 8,000, but a lot of damage coming out. He's rooted up thanks to the Funny Man, and now the E is used by the Drake. He taunts up too. Funny Man is already down. Giraffe Rider's looking to turn this one around with the help of Small News, but it does not matter. Tidal Wave, it doesn't hit onto anybody, but Small News is stunned up, and he falls down. Now Giraffe Rider's going to be the next target for the side of TPO Redemption. Stunned up once again. He dies to 8,000, and that should be it. That should be the game. Monkey's Knights stop the count. There is no coming back in this one. The minion wave is on the way. It is 5-man strong for TPO Redemption. The Org's first time in BOL Platinum is gonna be a 3-0 victory as they're engaging under the turret. Steel Fan is rooted up. Fallen Warriors, the next one who's gonna be targeted, but he's gonna get onto the Nexus, and it does not matter. TPO Redemption 3-0 over the favorites in Monkey's Knights.
I mean, there's really not too much to say there. Just very, very clean series coming out from TPO Redemption. They definitely had a couple missed skill shots in a few of those games. A couple of moments where they didn't look like they were on the same page, but they were able to come out on top in the end. They were able to bring it back together when they did make those mistakes, and when they didn't make the mistakes, they played incredibly patient, incredibly clean. Adojun, especially in this game, played phenomenally well. Obviously got some help from the drink to make that early lane phase a bit better. And then Finny and Kittens. Finny with 0 deaths, by the way. In a Karma Ezreal lane, that is pretty good. Now, I mean, there's really not too much to say in terms of analysis for this game, so I'm just going to take this moment and say, I mean, congratulations to TPO Redemption. You earned it.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel bad, right? You do win the championship, right? It's a 3-0, but it's not Monkey Knights at their full strength. But Monkey's Knights also, even if they had Godson, they didn't look good tonight. They just seemed off, and an off night can cost you so much in this, and that just feels like what happened here. And, I mean, like you said, credit is credit where due to TPO Redemption. They did fall behind in that game number 2 early game. They were able to come back from that one. They had a dominant game 1, a dominant game number 3, and they deserve every right to say they are BOL champions because they played a hell of a season. They were doubted many times, but they were able to rise above those, show that I don't know ball when I never predicted them to win, and win a championship in 3-0 fashion. Like you said, congratulations to TPO Redemption. We're going to head to a short break as we get ready for a winner's interview with some of the players from TPO Redemption. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. And welcome back for our champion interview. We are joined now by Finny, the AD carry of TPO Redemption, and Pelly, the jungler, or also known as 8000. Name changed right before the playoffs for some reason. I'm not going to be too mad at him for that. But first things first, congratulations, guys. You guys made it. Showed me I don't know ball. Congratulations on getting this victory tonight.
I'm glad that narrative carried throughout the season. I honestly did it week 1 just to make content. So we had something going into the season. I wasn't trying to like insult anyone personally, but I'm glad the narrative stayed though.
Hey, I mean, there are many times this season I counted you guys out. I didn't think you guys were going to do it. I mean, and you guys proved me wrong. You all played really well throughout this playoffs, coming back against adversity, really rough series. I mean, it kind of feels bad to win the finals this way. Obviously, you wanted to play Monkeys Knights at full strength, but you guys had a rough early game in game number 2, and you were able to come back from that. And I mean, I was flaming you off air about it, Pelly, about missing a lot of the Sejuani ultimates when you asked if I would rate good content about you. But hey, like you said, you were able to win the game even if you did miss those ultimates. But my first question comes to you, Finny. You've been in the finals before, and you weren't able to get there last time. You got swept 0-3, and now this time you're making the 3-0 sweep happen. How do you feel right now, man?
I mean, it's a little bittersweet. Obviously, it was gonna be a lose-lose no matter what. Like, if we lost, then be like, oh yeah, you guys lost without Godson. But since we won, it's like, oh, you guys won without Godson. So, I mean, either way, I'm happy that we won. I'm glad I finally got the BOL chip after so many years, and I'm just glad that we were able to do it together as a team.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys really played like a team. I think everybody had their moments throughout this entire series, throughout every single game. Everybody was really stepping up. But now, Pelly, my question for you is, I think you have really grown as a player this entire season. So was that due to you getting more comfortable throughout this entire season, or is it just you getting more confidence in yourself and your teammates the more you started to see you guys get those wins on the board and just feel like you can make these plays knowing that these guys always got your back?
I think every game I come into cocky. That I feel like I'm the best player on the Rift. Because if I don't come in with that mentality, I won't play well. That's just how I need to think. But I think over the weeks, when we started racking up wins more and more, and I got more trust in my team, I didn't necessarily have to come into that. I felt more comfortable playing with the people around me, and at least for me, it became a lot easier.
All right, and then I do have a follow-up question for you, but because, we know that you did rank out, you did hit E2 this season, so congratulations on that. Are you looking to move up into the Emerald League and carry this championship with you and try to, make a name for yourself there? Or are you going to, take a season off or, try to get that solo queue warrior clause going to play with the boys again?
No, 100% moving up to Emerald. I was looking for Emerald teams before this season as well, but I was just E4. No one wanted to take a chance on me. Hopefully this shows I'm Emerald eligible. I'm ready to play. Maybe I get my chance.
All right. Hopefully you do, because you had a hell of a series here tonight, man. So congrats on getting the win with your team. Now, Tokibi, any questions you would like to ask them?
I mean, again, Finny, we'll get to you in a sec. But another one for Pellian. It's kind of on. Yeah. Exactly. No, it's kind of what Chong was asking you about, and kind of what you mentioned yourself, where you said that you needed to feel like you were the best player to have the confidence to play well. Now, I don't want to keep harping on about this because you still won 3-0, and in spite of it, you still played a pretty phenomenal game on that Sejuani. But I did notice that after you missed those first two, you kind of just stopped throwing out the Glacial Prison. Now, was that because there was a specific reason you were holding it for, or was it because you kind of lost confidence in yourself for that?
So after I started whiffing it, they didn't really have great engages on us in general. So I just kept on holding it instead, because if I was missing it at the first part to try and start out a fight, I can let them start the fight, hold it, and then use it as a counter. So I just adapted my game plan.
All right. I mean, that's very smart. It clearly worked. So I want to make sure this is not flame. This was a genuine question because, again,
I deserve the flame for missing it. To be honest, that skill shot is not hard to hit.
Yeah, it is. But okay. And then for Finny. So another question we had, and again, I'm just gonna sound like a flamer today, but did you read the patch notes this morning?
Yeah, I know. Senna still very strong. Yeah, her thing went from 8 to 15 like 2 patches ago, and then it just got nerfed to 10, but like I was still getting souls so much. Like I don't think it hurt that much.
No, definitely not. You had 91 souls at the 24-minute mark, which is just an insane number. So clearly you were
Insane.
not struggling for that. So it just kind of follow up for that. So do you think Senna is still really good as a main farming ADC?
Yeah, she definitely felt pretty good. Obviously it hurts not getting all those souls, but I think it just depends on the team comp. Like their team comp, they couldn't really like get onto me, so I was able to just freely hit, especially once I got rapid fire cannon.
Yeah, for sure. And this question is to both of you now. I mean, obviously this series was pretty dominant because there's some 3-0s where every game is close and it just happens to swing one way all 3 games. But besides game number 2, this was a very, very one-sided series. And even in game 2, you were slightly behind, but once you got back into it, it was your game from then on. So even if they did have Godson, do you think it would have made a significant difference?
Yeah, I think them not having bans and them not having Godson probably would have made it go to 5 games. I think Godson is just that good. But yeah, I think once they had Godson, or if they had Godson, it'd go to 5 games.
I mean, same with me. I obviously think it makes a difference. Even if it was a different player, the 3 bans are huge in the early game. Like, since they kept on picking red side, we just got to first pick whatever we want. They have no way of stopping that. I think that was really big for us. We could just draft whatever we want. So with Godson there, I think it would have been harder. But of course, I keep that mindset the same. I still think we go in, and I still think we win.
All right. Well, I think that's all the questions from my end, Chung. What about you?
My question is now for you, Toki, because I'm going to put you on the
Oh.
spot with these 2 guys in the call.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Who is the MVP for the finals here? Which player are we giving it to?
Real quick, are bribes allowed? Can I bribe Tokibi for it?
What's the bribe? What's the bribe?
So my PayPal.
This goes for
Listen,
anybody
all
in
I'm
Twitch
saying-
chat too. My PayPal is
All
Whoever
I'm saying
follows me
is
first on
just
Twitter.
Look at game 2 and look at Sejuani. I rest my case.
All right. If we're playing it that way, I will make my case then. I do all of the scouting for this team. I've done all of the drafts for this team since week 3. I'm the main shot caller. I will play this game.
Okay, Finny, proceed with your case.
I don't know. I just click people and get CS.
It's definitely Finny. No.
No.
No, okay. I mean, okay. So here's my genuine
deserved
thoughts
it. He
on
played
this.
well.
All
He played
memes
well.
aside, but part of me wants to just straight up give it to Adojun.
I agree. Thank you. I agree, Toki. It's neither of these guys. It's June, man.
Just because, like, even in that game 3, obviously you guys won lane in the bot side, you won lane in the mid lane. Peli on the Pantheon, you got ahead super early, but out of those last 3 fights, Adojun was kind of the driving force to get those early advantages. The rest of you obviously followed up incredibly well. And again, I don't like doing MVPs in series like this because this was just a full-on team effort. But, I mean, Adojun just absolutely smashed in game number 1. Game number 2, a few questionable dives, but after that was still able to perform incredibly well. And then same with game number 3. And it was a pretty difficult matchup as well. Though, again, still got to give props over to Finny there. Especially in that game number 1 with the Jinx, just getting those snipes definitely helped.
Kyle.
Yeah, it definitely helped Adojun get ahead. But I mean, that's my opinion on this. I probably would give it to Adojun.
All right. Well, I agree, Toki B. So our MVP for the finals is going to be June. I thank everybody for participating in this one. I mean, like Toki B said, it is really hard to pick an MVP in this series with how well you all did play as teams and individual players. You guys outclassed them in every role, but I think June's team fighting in game 3 and the way he played in game number 1 are the reason for that. And since Peli did say he was the main shot caller, I blame him for those dives going wrong in game
Dang
number
it!
2. They are
I knew it was
not
gonna come back
June's
to bite me,
fault.
man. I knew it.
They're Pele's fault, man. So June has to be the MVP clearly. But with that, we're going to be wrapping it up here. I want to give both of you 2 chances to give any shout outs. So we'll start with you, Pelly. Any shout outs you want to be giving here?
Really just to Loki and the org, really, for reaching out and letting me play with them and giving me so much trust and doing all the scouting and stuff. Really, that's it. Shout out all my friends watching as well. Most of them rooting for me to lose. They're probably pretty upset, but that's okay.
I'll get over it.
Yeah,
I'll get over it.
Hey, you told them you were gonna lose. They came into Twitch chat and said Pelly said he was gonna lose tonight. That's why we're here. So that's on you, man.
I had to entice them somehow.
And now, Finny, any shout outs you would like to give?
Yeah, I mean, this is actually like a crazy miracle that this all came out to be like just like this team in general. A couple splits ago in Titan, I was going through a lot of stuff IRL, and I kind of got myself banned from TPO until this split before when we got together. I managed to sneak myself back onto a TPO team, and just so happened to work out that we ended up winning the whole thing.
All right, man. Well, congratulations to you guys again. But with that, we will be wrapping up the final stream of our season here for Blue Otter League Platinum. I want to thank everybody for watching all these streams with me here, with Tokibi, with our subcasters, with producer Shivam. I want to give a shout out to Bully himself for letting me come back for this season in all aspects with the Otter Talk and the content. I want to thank everybody for coming in weekly, giving the shouts in the chat, cheering on me and Tokibi and the teams that are playing here. I want to thank every team for also being a part of the season, playing, even if you guys didn't make it to the finals, even if you guys just had fun along the way with your friends. It's been a hell of a season here for season number 12, I believe, for Blue Otter League. I want to say, if you've been drinking, get home safely, give your keys to somebody else, make sure they drive. But with that, I've been Chung Samo, that's been Tokibi, Shivam's been our producer. You guys all have a great night, and thank you for being here for this season.
Thank you so much, guys.